Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the legendary Triangle X Ranch in Grand Teton National Park, now led by a fourth generation of the Turner family. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the family is entering a moment they just never get used to, renegotiating their lease with the Park Service.
Questions are, can they continue to operate as they have been, which is in a very old school way? They don't offer Wi-Fi there. They do very traditional dude ranch activities. They take people 12 miles into the backcountry on horses, and it's all happening at a time when most of the park concessions are becoming more corporate, more modern, more uniform. And the way the negotiations look are something like, okay, we know you need to make a profit so that you can be operative, but also you're on public land and we're not going to let you just charge whatever you want.
John H. Turner, a fourth generation, tells Cowboy State Daily that he sees ranch life as a springboard to wider success. Turners have become private pilots, real estate mavens, and lawyers. More than 50 years after a Utah teenager was killed, advanced DNA tech has confirmed she's another victim of infamous serial killer Ted Bundy. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that it's a breakthrough that could solve other cold cases, including in Wyoming.
Before, there wasn't a full DNA profile of Ted Bundy in a national database. And up until this particular profile was done by the Utah Crime Lab, there was not one complete DNA profile of Ted Bundy. There were partials, and you'd have to go through the lab in Florida where they were kept. So it was really cumbersome to try to connect the dots to Ted Bundy. However, that has all changed. So now any state, any jurisdiction who has a case that might be Ted Bundy now can then test against this DNA. So it's a huge breakthrough.
The Utah County Sheriff's Office announced at a press conference last week that Bundy was responsible for killing 17-year-old Laura Ann Amy in 1974, a crime that went unsolved for 52 years. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. This has been a driver safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After more than 40 years on display, the big game taxidermy collection at the Safari Club restaurant in Thermopolis will be shipped to auction next week. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that a potential value hasn't been put on the hundreds of mounts, some of which can't be sold in the United States.
These specimens were collected over a long period of time, about 60 years of hunting by Jim Mills. And he started in the 1960s when it was legal to take the big five, to take the rhinoceros, the elephant, the leopard, and all of these rare specimens and bring them to America. This collection really has been an icon here in Thermopolis.
The inventory in the Safari Club has not been done yet on Mills's extensive collection to determine how many pieces are headed to auction, nor has an estimated value yet been established. Flaming Gorge is preparing to be drained by up to a third to make up for the horrible Colorado River levels. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that Wyoming and other upper basin states could be left dry in response to desperate downriver water shortages.
This isn't set in stone yet, but it's looking pretty bad this year that they're going to have to take up to roughly a third of the water out of Flaming Gorge Reservoir because that connects down through the system all the way to Lake Powell. That isn't as simple as it sounds because that can affect a lot of things. Like I talked to a marina manager there, and he said, if they take as much water as they're talking about, it will destroy the spawning for the kokanee salmon and we'll be right back to square one.
Tony Valdez, owner of Buckboard Marina at Flaming Gorge, tells Cowboy State Daily that the last time Flaming Gorge was hit hard with drawdowns was in 2022. However, the winter of 2022-23 saw massive snowfall across much of Wyoming, which softened the blow. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Hello, happy Monday. What a lineup we've got for you today. Wayne Pacelli is going to be here. We're going to talk about the wolf incident. You know, Cody Roberts. Todd Fornstrom is going to be on the show later. Snowpack levels not looking good, not just for fires, but regular course of business, ranching and farming and all things ag. Representative Tom Kelly will be on. He's running to become your next superintendent of state public instruction. Yeah, something like that. Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Kate Bonjean from the Village Cooperative will be on. Kristi Hack will be here to talk about the banana baseball team. Will they come to Casper? I hope so. And Lisa Kinney. She's running for U.S. House from the Democrat side. No guest more important than this guy, though. We're going to kick off the show with Laramie County Fire Authority Fire Chief Jason Koy. Let me get him in the Zoom room here. There he is. Hey, Chief, what's happening?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. You're up early.
Yeah, usually up early, so it's good.
The trick is getting the Gen Zs to get up early, but I think we can. We're going to talk about Gen Zs. We're going to talk about all things fire. This is Fire Chief Koy. First, we're going to talk about IAFC also, because that's the crust of this discussion. First, though, what do you do as fire chief? I saw you hanging out with Sheriff Kozak not too long ago. I saw a video of you two. You're hand in hand there in Laramie County. You put the fires out, and he's your bravest, finest, something like that.
Yeah, you know, it's a great honor to be able to represent Laramie County Fire Authority, and there's 7 county fire districts in Laramie County, but more importantly, just be able to serve our public. And we're a combination department with about 100 volunteers, and it's just a lot of fun to engage and serve our community.
Volunteers, I know, like my Jackson Hole Fire and Rescue, it's like mostly volunteers, like a majority volunteers for many fire and EMS certainly across the country. Definitely in Wyoming, where, I mean, you just can't pay full-time fire guys. I wish we could to feed the Dalmatian and get ready to slide down the pole and do all that stuff. Volunteers are, I mean, they're crucial. They're the lifeblood.
They are, absolutely. And in the state of Wyoming, over 80% of the state is protected by volunteers. And across the country, that's also the sentiment. Once you get outside those urban communities, it is essential to have community support and participation for those local emergency responses.
So What is the IAFC? It's the International Association of Fire Chiefs. You're part of IAFC. The effort now, I go to the website and I can play this 60-second spot, which is really cool. It gets me all excited. I might age. I think I've aged out of volunteering, but for fresh blood into firefighting, this looks really cool. It's National Volunteer Month, by the way, and it's a hustle worth having. Talk about IAFC and the campaign that kicked off, I think, last week to get new blood interested in fighting fires.
Yeah, absolutely. So the International Association of Fire Chiefs was awarded a grant to really focus on recruitment and retention, primarily recruitment of volunteer firefighters across the country. And through this program, they hired a marketing company to assess what resonates with Gen Z and how do we attract those young firefighters or young community members into something maybe they never thought about participating with. And so a hustle worth having is reference to a side hustle, which a lot of the young Gen Zers have, where they maybe work a full-time job or a part-time job, but then have their passion in something else. And we just wanted to demonstrate that volunteering can be that side hustle. And we're excited about the national campaign because it's the first time ever that the American Fire Service has truly focused on one voice across the country on a topic. And we're hopeful that this will generate or resonate in our local communities here in Wyoming.
I know this is a nationwide campaign, but like, how is Wyoming a little bit different from, I don't know, Mississippi or a state east of the Mississippi River? Like Wyoming, I mean, we got huge territories, small fires. We know our wind can suddenly become major wildfires. Suddenly instead of a fire department, you move up to county level fighting, and then you got to call in the feds because this thing's out of hand. Like, Wyoming's a little different. How crucial is Wyoming to have volunteers and be well staffed with volunteers?
Yeah, absolutely. It's extremely important because if we can keep those incidents small, we have a good chance of controlling them, right? And you know our wins across this great state. If we don't keep it small, we don't have that fast response from those volunteers that are serving their community. Those events become catastrophic for much of our state, and especially in the ranching industry, losing, especially this summer with very little grass growing so far. Being able to support our ranchers and not lose their feed line for cattle production is a huge impact on our state.
So this campaign that kicked off, funded by FEMA, Safer Grant, and you got a marketing firm. It looks really slick, really cool. You're really trying to reach out, especially to Gen Z. And for those who don't know, I know some Gen Zers, but the characteristics, the trait that really defines Gen Z is collaborative. They love working together. They're very self-driven and focused on things. But the collaborative, they love to say we and not I a lot. And that sounds like fire department stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so for a long time, we attracted firefighters based off of the cool, sexy image, right? The big fire, the bravado part of it. And that we still get a small percentage of those folks joining the fire service. But more importantly, we wanted to focus on what a hustle worth having was the camaraderie, the family feel, the teamwork, the we part of it. And that really aligns with the Gen Z. What we're seeing across Wyoming and the rest of the state is an aging population in the volunteer ranks. And we have a big gap. We have a big age gap, and we need to attract that next generation to be able to support our local communities.
We're talking to Fire Chief, Laramie County, Jason Koy. Don't try to spell it. I'm lucky I can't even pronounce it. I heard you say it once. And let's take a little sidetrack as far as the recent budget session and any kind of legislation that got passed. Anything helpful there for fighting fires?
Absolutely. The legislation passed for the wildland industry, for the state forestry, passed 2 modules, which are full-time firefighters to make those initial attacks on those grass fires, to help support the local communities in those needs, and then also protect state and federal lands. That was a big piece of it. Obviously we suffered a ding last year with the legislation and the 25% reduction in property values. That's a challenge for us, especially we're already relatively unfunded compared to the rest of the country. And so we're making do with doing a lot of things to be creative, try to make the ends meet on those budgets. But legislatively, supporting those modules was a huge impact, and the Safe Neighbor program for forestry, state forestry, really improve the level of service that they're going to be able to provide our community during those wildland events. And we're gearing up for a significant wildland event this year.
We are, and we got to have you back on to remind folks, in a couple months, maybe sooner, because the best way, the safest way, most effective way to fight a fire is prevent that fire. And there's things you can do. I mean, we all know. But I think we're gonna see open fire bans. Campers. We're gonna see all kinds of stuff this year that maybe we haven't seen in previous seasons. We're 2 months ahead of everything. Oh,
yeah, absolutely. And much of the state is already under a level 1 or stage 1 fire restriction, which bans some outdoor burnings. It's when we get into those events that impact the commercial side too, right? So the oil and gas industry, where they're not able to weld or grind out in those fields, and the ranching community that's not able to do X, Y, and Z out in the field. We're gearing up for it, but prevention is huge. Being safe right now is huge. And if you haven't experienced it, our wind was extreme this winter, and boy, it's not slowing down at all. So just being smart with what you do out in the field is going to be important.
So, Chief, you get paid to throw water at fires or whatever to stop them. Volunteers, what are the benefits of being a volunteer? And again, volunteer for many fire departments, many agencies, 60% of all fire EMS departments in the U.S. staffed by volunteers. That number's probably higher than that. That's FEMA data, but it's probably 8 out of 10. Anytime, other than the Dalmatian at the fire department, maybe 80% are volunteer, and the dog as well, maybe. And Fire Chief Koy is a International Association of Fire Chiefs Volunteer Combination Officers Section Board member. What are the benefits of being a volunteer?
Huge, right? So that teamwork, that camaraderie. I started as a volunteer when I was very young and worked a professional job. I'll still remember the nights that I got done with my real work and went to the fire station and trained or responded to our community, and then laid in bed that night dreaming about what impact I had and the feeling that I had, connection to our community. That's probably the primary aspect of being a volunteer, is just that sense of pride and honor that you get when you participate with your local volunteer department.
And I would imagine just intrinsic, feeling like you're part of a team or something bigger than yourself. Again, that resonates with Gen Zs. And so many of us today are doing a job like me where you just do it alone. Like your interface is screens and you work by yourself. This is huge to be able to go somewhere where you feel like a team member, a team player, and you're doing something coordinated with others.
Yeah. On top of that, one of the things about the fire service is it provides you a lot of different avenues to see your community differently. You get to do some really cool stuff. And in today's world, post-COVID, where people are working remotely, working on their own, what a great opportunity to be a part of a team again. And then on top of it, there's this stereotype that you got to be 6'2", a 10% body fat and whatever. That's not the case. There's a position in place on every volunteer organization across our great state. So if you have a skill or a trait that you want to share with your local community, the volunteer fire department gives you an opportunity to do that.
So what does this look like, Chief? If someone wants to get involved, obviously you're going to go to the internets, ahustleworthhaving.com. If you're interested, read more and maybe throw your name in there, sign up. But where, depending on where you are in the state, would you be attached to a local county fire department, a city municipal fire department? Is there wildland firefighting modules you might be headed to? Where are you going to go as a volunteer?
Yeah, so if you go to that website and you'll be able to click on it, they're going to connect you with that local fire agency that serves your region or community. And from that, there's a lot of different aspects. And depending on the agency, whether it's a county fire district or a city fire department, most of our cities are career, like if you think of Casper, Jackson Hole, Gillette, Laramie, those are career departments, but there's still a lot of combination departments, meaning that there's a few full-time people that support the volunteers in that local community. They're going to connect you with it, and they're going to put you through initial training, and they're going to give you a path to be successful inside that organization. So if you like medical, they're going to give you a path to do that. If you like wildland, they're going to give you a path to do that. If you want to go dangle off of a rope, off of the side of a mountain or off of a building, they're going to give you an avenue to do that. They're just such a vast capability and ability for you to connect with your community and do something really fun.
Hey, listeners, if this resonates with you, get involved at hustleworthhaving.com. Your life will be enriched. Let's say we got a job, we got a boss, and we need, every once in a while, we got to duck out, man, when we hear the bat siren go off or the bat. Like, I think employers I know with search and rescue for me locally, employers get it, man. They're like, go. Yeah, this is bigger.
I think there's a big piece of that. One, state legislation a number of years ago passed a law that said if you're a state employee, so you work for state highway department or state agency, that you actually are authorized to be able to leave for those by law. So that's great. Some counties across the state have adopted that also. And we ask the private businesses also to be forgiving of those members' time. And I would say that our members are very respectful for that. When they have to leave, they're respectful to make sure they get back to work when they can and not abuse it. But for a private business to be able to say they support their local community, especially if you're in the Lander, Wyoming, or Chugwater, Wyoming, what a great way to promote your business in your local community.
Fire Chief Jason Koy is with us. He got started as a volunteer. Maybe this lights a fire or a fire extinguishing bug in you. And maybe the side hustle becomes your front hustle. Is there opportunity to start out on the volunteer path and you say, man, I really love this. This is my true calling.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 years ago when I started in the fire industry, there may be 500 applicants for 1 or 2 jobs. Today, we're seeing 100 to 150 applicants for 4 to 6 jobs. So the workforce has changed for the fire service. And so if you start volunteering, you gain some experience, you get some certifications, you might realize that, hey, I love this. And there's plenty of opportunities for you to do this job full time after you get through the volunteering.
All right. Well, let's have you on again as we move it from spring to summer. And, man, we certainly got to be careful this spring, summer.
Yeah, anytime, my friend.
Thank you, Fire Chief. Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, April. I forgot. I don't even know what month it is, man. I got back from Cabo last night. Thank you, Fire Chief Jason Koy, for being on the show. We got more coming up, including Wayne Pacelli in next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisisretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Back from break on a Monday, and let's get right back into the Zoom room. It's Wayne Pacelli. You probably know Wayne from his lifetime of dedication to animal welfare, advocate, president now of Animal Wellness Action and the Center for a Humane Economy. Longtime former CEO of the Humane Society of the U.S., author of 2 New York Times bestsellers. Way to go, Wayne. So we're going to talk about animal welfare and protecting animals, wildlife. We're going to concentrate on Wyoming, particularly wolves and the whole Cody Roberts thing. Let's start there. I do want to see what you're doing on a national level as well. It's not only wolves, but let's start with this quote from Wayne Pacelli, and I have to agree. I really do. And I'm Wyoming, and I know Wyoming people. No sane or responsible person supports running over an innocent animal with a snowmobile to the delight in the pain and death of the victim experiences. I mean, I understand dispatching a wolf if it's after your sheep and you're protecting your livestock, etc., but this is just blood sport. I don't know, Wayne. Where do you want to start with protecting wolves in Wyoming and nationally?
Well, I want to thank you for that intro, and I want to note that I don't think that my views on this are out of alignment with 98% of Wyoming residents. I mean, who could do such a thing? Who would want to do such a thing? I mean, we've got lots of other options in life for recreation, and I understand the idea of shooting an elk and filling your freezer. I understand the idea of shooting a deer and eating that animal. It's better than a factory farm where, a pig or a chicken is confined in a warehouse and never gets to move. I'm not trying to stop elk hunting and deer hunting, despite what some, people in the past have said. I'm 60 years old. As you said, I've been doing this a long time. My views have evolved. One of the things that I want to do is stop the most appalling forms of mistreatment of animals. And, frankly, people in Wyoming know animals. They know wildlife. They know natural landscapes. They have animals, whether it's grizzly bears or wolves or elk or deer or coyotes. I mean, there's got to be boundaries for how we treat animals. And I'm frankly shocked that the political class in Wyoming is not rushing to support our Snowmobiles Aren't Weapons Act. That is a measure to stop people running down and crushing with a 700-pound snowmobile an animal just for the hell of it. Now, there are clear exceptions for roadkill, for an accidental circumstance. We're talking about a deliberate, malicious attempt to run over an animal as a recreational activity. I don't see it's any different in terms of its malice than dogfighting or cockfighting.
Wayne Pacelli is with us. We're talking about cruelty, particularly with wolves and Cody Roberts. We all know the incident that happened in 2024. We see the outcome of that now and his plea. For those who don't know, outside of Wyoming, you know, I want to think this is pretty rare way to dispatch a wolf. But in the winter is one of the few times you're going to be able to get to a wolf as a person. They're pretty elusive. You're not going to chase one down on your feet in summer. It's winter when the snow is deep and you're snowmobiling and you got the ability to ride a snowmobile over snow. That's when you're going to really be able to catch up with and engage in a wolf. And assuming you don't have the ability to shoot said wolf or whatever from the snowmobile, running into it, running over it has, I don't know how common a thing this is in Wyoming. It obviously happens. I hear people do it. And you're right. I'm surprised there is not, from political level, from our state senators and leaders, from our U.S. House and senators, why isn't there more action from them? I just don't get that.
They're fearful. They're fearful.
Yeah.
That if you do anything, you're going to commit yourself to something larger, which is the most ridiculous position because hunting is fully protected by the state legislature in Wyoming. There's no possibility that anyone would take this too far. As long as you're careful about the language and you vet it with appropriate, people from different stakeholding communities, there's no risk here. What you're doing is you're fortifying hunting. You're drawing a boundary and saying, hey, we're responsible people. We kill animals. We try to do it quickly. If we shoot them with a firearm or with archery equipment, we utilize the animals. We're not just malicious out here. And if somebody didn't understand wildlife or didn't understand nature, I could see them taking such a position. But Wyoming people understand this because you live with animals. Animals are a center of the state's ethos and mentality and worldview.
Yeah, perhaps it might be similar to, somebody very, very pro Second Amendment firearms, and they will never vote against, an assault weapon because they think that's leaving the door open a crack to go full board, take everybody's firearms. Maybe there's that inclination. There's long-standing generational built into the DNA fear of wolves, hatred of wolves. Although if you really, passed a survey around and said, would you rather see a wolf and have your friends and family see a wolf when they come to Wyoming, or would you rather go chase one down in your snowmobile? It's like 0.000, those who want to engage in extending a wolf's torture.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it does is it shatters the credibility of people who want to control wolves in general, or who want to, have reform of the Endangered Species Act. I mean, if you can't draw this boundary, what boundary can you draw? Why would we trust you as a political leader to make responsible decisions about other wildlife policy if you can't even get here? We're talking about running over an animal with a snowmobile. And let me just note that Minnesota, which has more wolves than any state in the lower 48, has had a law to forbid this since 1986. The sportsman's community supports it. The farming community supports it. No objections, no misapplication, no misuse, no overreaching prosecutions. Colorado has a law. Oregon has a law. These are rural states with hunting and agriculture traditions. Why is there such silence? Why did people backpedal immediately after the Roberts furor that he did this? And he did it for malice. He didn't do it. He went out and was looking for fun. And, frankly, I think anyone who does that has something wrong psychologically with him. And I'm grateful that There was a prosecution by the Sublette County prosecutor. I'm glad that he was convicted of felony animal cruelty. It was a modest actual penalty. I mean, suspended sentence, so no prison time, and a very modest fine. But it's still a significant thing that there was a felony level prosecution. And again, my hat is off to the Sublette County prosecutor and to the grand jurors, Cody Roberts' peers in his county and broader community, who said, no, this is out of line. The politicians in the state can learn a lesson from those grand jurors.
And the timing has never been better, I would imagine. We're talking to Wayne Pacelli, National Animal Welfare Advocate, President of Animal Wellness Action Center for Humane Economy. Wayne, Wyoming could be a very powerful voice in this. Let's talk about the SAW Act and why. You mentioned Minnesota has led the way. They got more wolves than any of us. Oregon and Colorado, maybe a little bluish when you talk about some of these western states. Wyoming has a real opportunity to piggyback, make some good of the Cody Roberts thing, and lead the charge nationally, saying, yeah, we don't do this here in Wyoming. Here's an opportunity.
Listen, you're so right. And frankly, Senator Lummis is a leader of the Western Caucus. She is deeply respected by Interior West GOP members. If she gives it the nod, that comes with great credibility. Representative Hageman is the chair of the Wildlife Subcommittee. I mean, she's running for Senate, but right now she's in the House. She's in the controlling position. Were those two lawmakers, I mean, Barrasso, of course, is one of the leaders in the Senate, but the other two lawmakers, the two female lawmakers from Wyoming, first in the nation giving women the right to vote, pioneers and on that important moral question, they can be pioneers on this important moral question of stopping cruelty to wildlife, right? I mean, do we have a debate about dogfighting in our society or cockfighting? I don't think we do. I think those are morally settled issues. This is in that same category, and they are crafty lawmakers. They can write this bill in a tight way so that there's no spillover to other social concerns that Cowboy State residents might have.
Yeah, and the fear maybe of being branded an anti-Wyoming lawmaker or you're not right enough Republican. Everybody's worried about where they're postured in their party. It would go a long way if you had a powerful voice, if Senator Lummis led the way, if House Congresswoman Hageman led the way. You would figure many would fall in line and finally get the message. Where is the SAW Act right now?
So the SAW Act has been introduced in the House, is led by a group of 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans, the ranking Democrat on the Wildlife Subcommittee. So it's Hageman and Val Hoyle, who's a Democrat from rural Oregon. She's a member of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus. She represents a big swath of central and southern Oregon. She has Eugene, but other than that, it's rural country, it's big timber country. So I think she's a really credible messenger. Mike Lawler and Brian Fitzpatrick, both from northern states that have had this sort of thing happen to coyotes, not wolves. Neither New York nor Pennsylvania has wolves, but they do have coyotes, and this sort of thing has been done. In fact, in Congressman Fitzpatrick's district, there was an incident of this. It's called thumping or whacking. There's a whole little subculture. You can go online and see people doing this, running down these animals as an act of hatred and malice, and crushing them. And again, this is not a popularity contest, for wolves or coyotes or any other animal. This is an issue of decency, and it's an issue of whether you're on the sane, side of the world or the insane side of the world. And then Debbie Dingell is the 4th leader. She's the widow of former Congressman John Dingell, board member of the NRA. for many years, one of the leading sportsmen in Congress. He served longer than any House member ever. So you're talking about a really credible group, and we're Lummis and Hageman in particular, because of the committee assignments. They sit on committees of jurisdiction that handle natural resources issues. I have no doubt that this bill would pass in a flash.
The SAW Act introduced late last year. Wyoming has a chance to really lead the way. A very similar legislation has passed statewide. As we said, in Minnesota, Oregon, Colorado already. This bill closely tracks that, or the wording is probably very similar. And, you know, if you're listening right now and you're a Wyoming sportswoman, and I hear from them all the time, the most, you know, they got guns in every room of the house. You know, they hunt, they fish, they get out there, and they don't like stuff like this either. They draw the line with, you know what, that's a step too far with running over wolves or any other wildlife with a snow machine. It's just I don't know. Wayne is said it best what it is, but yeah, reach out, talk to your congressperson, and say, hey, we don't like this. This is a bad look for Wyoming, and stand up and lead the way. Lummis, Hageman.
Yeah, and you know, I want to just say that we got involved at Animal Wellness Action in a concerted way on the efforts to remove federal protections for wolves. I mean, I was on the fence on whether we were going to take legal action to try to stymie efforts on wolf protection. You know, years ago, I got involved. I didn't think the wolf numbers were solid enough. But really, the driver right now is that the states that have wolves have no limits. I mean, if you can allow this to happen to wolves, what kind of responsible management are you conducting? And I think it's undermining the efforts that the ranching community and the hunting community they put their stake in the ground. They want delisting of wolves. Should there be delisting of wolves if the states can't handle their responsibilities? This is basic. I think that they would have a much better argument were they to get behind the SAW Act. They'd say, the states are responsible. Look, we outlawed this. You know, we don't allow these horrible, you know, reckless practices. We don't allow slaughter and willy-nilly killing with the most atrocious methods for no good reason. And why would we trust the political leaders who want delisting of wolves if they can't make a simple decision like this?
Well, most every Wyomingite cherishes our wildlife. That's what we love about this state. That's what other people in the nation come to Wyoming for our wildlife. Let's be a leader in this. The Humane Center for a Humane Economy, Wayne Pacelli is leading the charge. Where do we go on the internet to find you, learn more, give you money, and get involved?
Well, thank you. It's animalwellnessaction.org or centerforahumaneeconomy.org. And you know, it really means a lot to me to have Wyoming supporters. I don't live in Wyoming. I dreamed about Wyoming when I was a little kid, you know, learning about Yellowstone and Grand Teton and the other incredible assets. I've traveled all over Wyoming. It's a fabulous state. And as you say, the people of Wyoming know animals. They know wildlife. Let's join together on something that should bring us together here.
Wayne, thanks so much for being on. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Wayne Pacelli on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back with more. Todd Fornstrom joins us next.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right, let's get right back at it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Todd Fornstrom is on the show now. We're going to talk about these droughty conditions. Man, it's so dry. I know wildfire is what we all think of first and foremost when you think about how a non-winter we had. But what about the ag industry? What about ranchers, farmers, irrigating? And I can't imagine. This is going to be a real challenge this season. Todd is a fourth-generation producer outside, right out around Pine Bluffs area, Laramie County Farm. Pine Bluffs, right on the border of Nebraska, which is so dry it's burned up. They had a couple of huge fires. Todd's also served as the president of the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. We'll find out more about what that is. He's done like 10 tours of duty there. They should just give you the job, Todd, until you don't want it anymore. Thanks for being on.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
What is Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation? I know I saw you not long ago. I think you made a trip to D.C. to lobby a little bit about the Cold Weather Diesel Reliability Act. We all know about that. I want to get to that in a moment. That'll be our second thing. But first, we're going to talk about these conditions right now. The no snow winter we had, high temps we had, sometimes double digit above average, and a pretty dry March. All of it adds up to a challenging season this year to grow stuff. What's that going to be like?
It's a daunting outlook in agriculture right now. Different parts of the states are in all different types of conditions. So it's another challenge we're all going to face.
Yeah, and we're like, it's an east-west thing. Now, for the most part, in the west where we have mountains, snowpack is not great, but it's not the worst ever. East, you go east in the state, and it's dire. I mean, the Belle Fourche already peaked, and that thing is going to be running like, it's going to be running dry maybe by the time we get midsummer.
Yeah, in the east, they peaked early. There's not a lot of extra in the reservoirs. Well, there is no extra in the reservoirs. We're going to be working on some of last year's water to help get us through this year. But for example, the area around Torrington, they're looking at like 40 days worth of water somewhere in that area, and half of those are from last year.
Man, that's scary stuff for any kind of grower, producer. Flaming Gorge just saw news a couple of days ago about the huge drawdown expected there to help the Colorado River out, and that's over in the west where we have a little bit of water. Let me ask you something. I have no idea, but is there ability for farmers and ranchers to adjust to the season? So if Mother Nature wants to make spring come in February or early, whenever it came, can producers adjust? Can they pivot? Can they call an audible? I know that there was sort of a trend to stop calving so early because you drop calves and then here comes the blizzard and producers are like, all right, we're not gonna. They want hooves on the ground as early as they can, and then the trend was kind of like, let's be sensible. But can you change calving season? Can you change at first plant? If you're a farmer, can you say, okay, if this is what it's going to be, I'll plant early?
There are some decisions you can make like that. One of the bigger issues probably is we're still dealing with the freeze thaw. Not a lot of thaw, but a lot of freeze still. Our forecast in Pine Bluffs is 21 degrees on Friday for a low.
Okay.
So you don't want anything that's going to freeze that early. Farmers, a lot of the farmers in my area planted winter wheat last fall. So those decisions are made. The irrigated spring crops, there's some flexibility there, but, we're going to have to make some hard decisions and then live with them as we go through the summer.
So what I know, where I am in the western half of the state, there's always demands on the Snake River. And I know, as far downriver as Idaho and the alfalfa growers and what rights they have to water. Is this going to be of who has rights further upstream and then the ones downstream? Or is this, how does that work to fight the water rights that you'll have if you are a ranch or a farm in East Wyoming?
In eastern Wyoming, depending on what area you're in, whether you depend on surface water or you depend on well water, the well water people, they're dependent on how much water they have in the reservoir and how much water they're getting flowing early. So, for instance, like I talked about in the Platte, that water is already subsiding on flow, or it's getting close to it at least. So the natural flow of the river's going down. There's not a lot of extra water. There is no extra water in the reservoir system. So it's a dire situation in that area.
I don't know the forecast for today. We're almost halfway through April. Kind of a wet week here in the west. I don't know what it is in the east. Can we play catch up? If we have the soggiest second half of April of all time, and let's say we get into May and that's a real rainy May, can we do it? Can we catch up some?
Our grasses in Wyoming are pretty resilient, so rain will always help. Now, when it is and where we're at with the stage, we have some early season, mid season, late season grasses. So the grass part is resilient. It will never be 100% if you start that late. When it comes to the crop side of it, if you don't get sugar beets planted early, you're not going to plant sugar beets. Same with corn. You need water when you need water for those crops. Alfalfa is the same way. You're going to get early water, which that sounds great for the alfalfa guys, but they also need late water. So all of that is important. All that timing is so important.
Yeah, it just feels like everything is moved up on the calendar. And then by the time we get to third cut hay season, your third cut might be burned up. hopefully not with a wildfire, but everything is just moved up a month or two.
Yeah, for example, in alfalfa, we may be making the decision to not water that third cut, so let it go dormant early and just not pull that off. But I mean, that just exacerbates the issue that we have in cash flow in agriculture right now. So that would only make it worse, but it's better than nothing.
Well, anything else before we switch topics as far as, what this season is? Is this the worst you've seen? Now, you've been, how long is the president term? You're on like a 10th term, yeah?
Yeah, I serve on 1-year terms.
Okay.
And we have the ability to have 10 re-elections. So in reality, I can serve for 11 years. So I'm nearing the end of it to pass that baton on to very capable people that are within the organization. So
since you've been doing that, president with the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation, this is probably the scariest scenario you've seen going into a spring, summer.
It's definitely unique. Every spring has its challenges, but yeah, this is probably the driest I've seen. But in terms of farmers or ranchers, I'm not that old of a producer. So I've talked to people that have seen as drier. It just depends on where you're at, really.
Yeah, and the weather guys always say with the snowpack, I mean, if you don't have a huge snowpack, or even if you do, but if you don't have a big snowpack, at least if you have a cold spring and let that runoff go slow. But I don't know we are. We're having like summer.
Yeah, it's midsummer. And what people don't think about is there are large areas of Wyoming that do not depend on snowpack. They depend on spring rain, spring snowstorms, the areas that are not on live water. So we have ranchers that they have all well water, they have windmills. And if you don't get that rain for the grass, I mean, it's a pretty dire situation. You will be feeding hay.
Yeah.
Which is another problem right now is with the fires that we had, they've kind of made the drought worse because they've sucked hay out of, the whole western half of the United States. I tried to buy hay. I went as far as Mud Lake, Idaho to the west, and not only high prices, but lack of product.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's Nebraska. Other than obviously the corn, they're a big hay producer. Yeah, and it's so much burned up.
Yeah, that whole valley starting in Lingle and going straight east down that Platte Valley, they're a big alfalfa producer. So hay is going to be in short supply.
Todd Fornstrom is with us, 4th generation producer, based right outside of Pine Bluffs, way east, almost on the border of Nebraska. Yep. We're talking about drought. One last thing, I know you were giving testimony on March 11th about the Cold Weather Diesel Reliability Act. We saw what happened with Troy Lake and this whole idea. My own diesel has had the sensor go off. It was a faulty sensor, but it put me in limp mode, and I could barely get that thing to the shop. What happens when you're driving diesel in cold weather, and what has the EPA done to our vehicles, our tractors?
Really, it's another example of how our government has not only set what they want for the outcome, but they've set how we have to get to it. If they would turn private industry and the American industrial complex loose to go ahead and figure out the emissions problem, whether it's truly emissions or if it's an efficiency. If we were getting 10 miles to the gallon in these big trucks, it makes emissions look a lot different when you're getting twice as much output. So if they would turn that loose, it would be great. The EPA we have had some relief where they've loosened some of the DEF requirements of the OEMs so they can make those limp modes less of a problem in agriculture, but it's still not the fix. DEF is a problem. It's a Band-Aid that did a really poor job.
delegates from Wyoming have been leading the way there.
Yes.
Senator Lummis is on it. Congresswoman.
She's done a wonderful job. I appreciate the representatives we have from Wyoming when it comes to ag issues.
Todd Fornstrom here. He's running Farm Ranch out of Pine Bluffs, also the president of the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation, longtime agricultural leader. And we're talking about what is shaping up to be a very challenging summer for farmers and ranchers in Wyoming. Thanks for being on. I hope it rains every day.
Every day. We'll take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That'll do it for hour one. 3 more to go on a Monday edition of the show. Thanks for spending your time with us this Monday. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Decades after Lord of the Winds mountaineer Finus Mitchell roamed the Wind River Range, hikers are still finding his handwritten notes in small plastic tubes. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Star Valley photographer Ammon Jeffs found a Mitchell note while hiking on Sheep's Mountain.
One of the things he did that I don't think a lot of people know is he left these little notes at places where he had a particularly good view, inviting whoever found it to write to him, and he would send them Kodachrome transparencies of the view that he had taken. I did receive an email, too, from someone saying that he also left coins out there in the Wind River Mountains. And so who knows where those are or if anyone has found them.
By the time he passed away, Mitchell had taken close to 120,000 photos in the Wind River Range, using them often in free educational slideshows where he promoted responsible management of the wilderness he so loved. Sublette County is larger than Delaware and Rhode Island combined and has more than 1,500 miles of roads. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the entire county doesn't have a stoplight, and people like it that way.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight, and there have been discussions about having a stoplight, discussions of whether a stoplight is needed. And usually when those talks come up, it is vehemently opposed by at least one faction of the community. The people who, in the words of one commenter, don't want Sublette County to be Californicated. That comment came in a city survey as they were doing an upgrade project.
Pinedale, the county seat with a population of about 2,050, is historically recognized as one of the most isolated towns in the nation. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Know before you go. Plan ahead, give yourself plenty of time, anticipate road conditions, and consider alternate routes. Visit wyoroad.info. This has been a driver safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Jeff Henry, who has worked at Yellowstone for more than 48 years, said temperatures this winter were frequently 30 degrees above normal. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that meant rain instead of snow at Old Faithful on Christmas.
There were several days where temperatures were above 20, even 30 degrees, and any snow that fell melted before it hit the ground. So what does that all mean for the upcoming summer season? Well, we're still in Wyoming's rainiest season. We get most of our precipitation in April, May, and June, and usually March as well. We can anticipate some significant changes in Yellowstone. A lot of the creeks where people fish might be closed because they're too warm, and they might close early in the season. And there'll also be an extreme fire danger.
Author and historian Jeff Henry just finished his 48th season as a winter keeper in Yellowstone National Park. His job is to ensure the buildings at Old Faithful and other locations don't collapse under the weight of several feet of snow. The 9-mile hike into Lonesome Lake in the Wind River Range Mountains takes hikers to the stunning Cirque of Towers. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that some veteran hikers say social media has turned it into a mob scene and it's getting loved to death.
The problem is all these other places in this day and age where all you got to do is snap a picture of your phone and put it up on your account, ranting and raving about it. And then the one guy I talked to, who's a Pinedale native, who's been going up there for 30 years, he said he has to go up there sometimes and pick up garbage and poop that people just leave laying around. And he's really worried that the water in the lake itself has become contaminated with human feces. So it's one of those things. Hey, it's great that more people are enjoying the outdoors, but it also kind of stinks that more people are enjoying the outdoors.
The 9-mile hike into Lonesome Lake at the southern end of the Wind River Range Mountains is a workout, but hikers say it's well worth the effort, ending at the foot of the magnificent Cirque of Towers. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, hour 2. Here's Representative Tom Kelly. We'll call him Representative for now, but he is running to be the next Superintendent of Public Instruction. As we see all kinds of shifting, Megan Degenfelder is thrown in to be Wyoming's mayor. And Representative Kelly, with an extensive education background, and dragged reluctantly, I think, into the political realm.
Yeah, if that's the way you want to say it. I was half expecting to see Jeff today, actually, but good to see you, Jake.
Good to see you.
Representative Kelly, absolutely correct. All through the year until January of next year, regardless of what happens in this race. I've still got my hands full with the Judiciary Committee, the Education Committee, the Recalibration Committee's continuing. So that's the first priority, believe it or not. I promised the people of District 30 I would serve them, so I have to do that. So before we go any further, I'd really like to apologize to everyone I let down when I had to step out of session for budget. Definitely one of my biggest professional failures in life, but as a medical issue, I just couldn't tough my way through. But I'm feeling okay now. We got that out of the way, so go ahead. I'm sure you have more questions.
The back. Well, what? I have a horrible back as well. Did that just come on? Like back trouble?
I've had issues, tall dude. I had issues with my back my whole life.
Yeah.
This time I blew out a disc and it was not improving. And the short version of it is I knew I needed surgery to fix it.
Yeah.
I thought I could tough out the session, but I started to lose function of my left leg when I was in Cheyenne. And that's when I talked to a doctor and they said, you're hurting yourself. You have to stop. So I went home reluctantly and waited my turn. And I'm feeling great now. I'm 3 weeks into a 6-week recovery period. And I feel better than I have in years.
Good news. So yeah, let's talk about your first year in the legislature with some high level committee appointments. How does a guy walk into Cheyenne and get on? Well, House education, of course. I mean, that is your thing, but judiciary, was that a surprise? And then school finance recalibration. You were on some heavy committees.
Well, my wealthy DC donors demanded it, the Freedom Caucus. My PhD is in American government, And I work at a university. I'm a department head of political science, public administration, public policy. So while I don't have a legal background, I have a great familiarity with the United States Constitution. And of course, in recent years, I've made myself much more aware of the Wyoming Constitution as well. So I did have some expertise in that area. And I don't know, maybe just because Chip's a nice guy.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, the PhD in
political science,
yep. Master's in education, 10 years public school teacher, paraprofessional, etc. So, that's a prerequisite for trying to be the top education person in the state of Wyoming. What got you here? Let's talk real quick about the path to Superintendent of Public Instruction for Tom Kelly. Illinois, and you saw the writing on the wall in Illinois. You're like, we're going in a wrong direction. You thought the relocation to Greeley, Colorado at that time, Weld County, was pretty red, pretty conservative. And then, boy, it seems the whole state of Colorado, everywhere you've gone, you've been chased out by the politics. And I think maybe you're making your last day in Wyoming. You're like, if this state goes, and I think that probably caused you to get involved in politics. You're like, I saw it happen in 2 other states. I'm not leaving. I'm fighting.
You pretty much summed it up. That's what happened. I have a large family. Illinois was a lost cause. I knew I couldn't raise my kids there. I did not like the public schools. I had already pulled them and put them in a Christian school. So I was paying ridiculous property taxes, about $9,000 per year, and tuition for schools. It wasn't sustainable. So we moved to northern Colorado. I've always loved the West. I first saw it in 1993 and said, I'm going to live here someday. We moved out about 18 years ago. We decided we were leaving Illinois, and 16 years ago, we found Greeley, Colorado. That was during the time my daughter got sick with leukemia. My wife got sick with breast cancer. My son was born with Down syndrome and a hole in his heart. So I worked a lot and had no involvement in local politics, and I didn't even sleep much. By 2018, everyone was clear and healthy, and the Democrats had swept that state with their mail-in ballots, and they've never looked back. And it had become everything we had left in Illinois. We moved to Wyoming, started hearing some of the same things, and people started to ask me to run for office. And I typically used to hide this, but I am on the spectrum. Even sometimes you'll watch my eyes wander when I'm talking, when I'm thinking. It's not because I'm not interested. It's because I'm thinking about what I'm saying. Eye contact could be a problem with me. So a life in public service, somebody with social anxiety who's an introvert, this really wasn't made out for me. So anyway, people have asked me to be superintendent since 4 years ago. We know the story on that one. I declared first. Megan Degenfelder jumped in with a ton of money, which I didn't have. Brian Schrader decided to run for re-election after I had already announced, and we got pretty far into the campaign. I realized I'm not going to win, and all I'm going to do is split this conservative vote. So I got out. I endorsed Brian. I voted for Brian. Brian lost anyway. And luckily, Megan's been a pleasant surprise, because we were afraid she was going to be quite of a liberal Republican, and she was not. So we came around this time around. One of my mentors in politics in Wyoming is former and future Representative Mark Jennings, who had asked me 2 years ago to run for his seat so he could run for Senate. And it took some arm twisting and talking to my wife and kids who convinced me to do it. And then this kind of happened again, where he said, you know what, you should be the next superintendent. Don't worry about it. I'll take District 30 seat back. And I have full confidence that he will. So here I am. I'm running for superintendent again. And I think I'm much more well-positioned this time, actually. I thought I was the most qualified 4 years ago with my background, but now with my experience on the education committee and recalibration, and getting to know the people in the Department of Education, getting to know the people in the School Board Association and the administrators across the state, I have a much better idea of what the state might need.
Even prior to the short-lived three-way run, Degenfelder, Schroeder, and you, you were on the short list to fill. I always want to call her
Jillian Balow.
Thank you. Jillian Balow. Marty Halverson was one of those. You didn't get tapped then, but then you did run. So 3 times you've been knocking on the door now. Third time's the charm. And you've got your daughter really running your campaign manager. It's over. Come on.
I'm not a professional politician. As much people look at that and say, wow, you're just a natural at politics. I'm really not. And I have had advice to get a professional consultant. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't have a ton of money to run on. It's a grassroots campaign. And if the people of Wyoming don't get behind me to support it, I'm not going to win. But if it's something I'm going to do, I want to do it with my family. And I told my daughter, I said, let's do this. Let's run all the way. Let's run hard. Let's do things our way. But I want you to tell your grandkids when I'm long gone about the fun we had this summer, win or lose. So that's the way we're going to be approaching it.
We're talking to Representative Tom Kelly's a candidate for Superintendent of Public Instruction. Sometimes aligning with Freedom Caucus, but probably not. He doesn't have the tattoo, let's say. Occasionally he will he'll align with what they're thinking, but he's his own guy. Let's talk about the campaign platforms. You mentioned Megan Degenfelder in the job now. What do you want to continue that she's doing? What do you like? School choice? I mean, anywhere. What do you like and you'd like to keep up with the cause?
I like Megan's support for a career in technical education. I like the idea of, some people might have an issue with it, but the Patriot schools, but what that really is making sure kids learn civics and how a republic functions. I think that's a great idea. And I like the language around supporting parents' rights. What I would really like to do, we're talking about a campaign, is, as you were saying, with the Freedom Caucus. Yes, I know I have a bit of a libertarian streak. And when we're talking about things like parental rights, or we were talking about most pro-life legislation, if it was good, and gun legislation, I was with the Freedom Caucus on taxes. When I thought they were overreaching and telling too much what local government should be doing from a state point of view, that's where we parted ways. So I was with them 80-something, 90% of the time, and broke away when I needed to, when I thought was best. And that's what I see as superintendent right now. There's a top-heavy approach. We have high administrative costs, which I've seen in recalibration. And part of that, it's easy to blame school administrators and local districts, but the state needs to look in the mirror and say, how many standards, how many regulations, how many reports do we require? How much of a burden do we put on districts that make them move their resources into filling out reports versus getting that money to the kids? So I would like the state to be more of a support system rather than a top-down approach. It's not working. When you have about half the kids are graduating high school and they are not proficient in reading, the top-down approach is not working anywhere in the state. So I would like the state superintendent to be able to streamline regulations, work with the education committee this year to streamline the basket of goods and take some of that bureaucratic pressure off local districts. Coupled up with what I think is going to work out well, even though there's some consternation, is the educational silo. That we're making sure when we appropriate money so we can recruit and retain excellent educators, and when that money can get into the classroom, that it's not getting siphoned off elsewhere. Schools retain the flexibility to do what they need to do, but the last place they can take the money from is the kids.
We're talking to Tom Kelly. You just got us into our next line of thinking, my next line of thinking, and that's, you talk about this top-down approach, or the trickle-down approach for me is money. Wyoming spends a lot of money on education, but how much of it gets all the way down to the classroom, and how much of it does the teacher take home in a paycheck? You're just fresh off the budget session where you did recalibrations. You had eyes on this not that long ago. How do we get more money all the way down to the classroom?
Well, that's what we're trying to do here. The educational silo, it's a categorical grant for instruction, that this money is supposed to be going into the classroom to make sure that teachers and whoever works with the kids are being compensated at this point. So what I would like to see is, again, less pressure from the state and fewer mandates for the districts, a little more faith in our elected school boards and our educators to be able to do the job correctly versus one of the issues that I've had recently. I was against the new literacy bill. On the education committee, I fought against it, voted against it every chance I could get. And I know some interpret that I don't care about literacy. No, I think it's too important for a handful of people in Cheyenne to dictate to the districts and the teachers how they're going to teach it. And it requires new reports. It requires new professional development. It requires new things to become and stay certified at this point. So I'd really like to get, in some ways, the state out of the way to take off that pressure for districts to keep compliant with all the requirements coming from Cheyenne. We don't know yet how the instructional silo is going to work exactly. It hasn't been done before. It could still be adjusted. The recalibration committee is still open. But as superintendent, I could help craft rules to make it, let's say, more functional, less one size fits all for all the districts.
Representative Tom Kelly is with us. We're talking about Superintendent of Public Instruction, his run. Where do we find presence online? I want to go to the campaign, learn more about you. You got an internet page yet?
Yes, it's supertomkelly.com. It's yeah, I got a thing for superheroes. It just sounded fun to me, and it was available. Yeah, what you'll see on there is that I'm also really large, and we didn't get to touch on this, on parental rights. We talk about local control, and families are the most local control you can get. And one of the issues I have sometimes, and some people call it state overreach, but I think the state needs to back up parents when their districts are not being responsive to them, especially with special education.
Which, I mean, also school choice. I know that's kind of the voucher program. It's all tied up in litigation right now, but school choice, empowering parents, and that requires parents to also buy in on education. There's, too many parents don't get involved in the education to the degree they should. But yeah, more power to parents in education for Wyoming.
Well, let's be really clear about one thing, that anyone who goes out there and says they're going to run for elected office and single-handedly fix the entire educational system is not being honest or doesn't know what they don't know. And I understand as an elected official that I can support education in the state, but I can't point to the Y-top scores and take credit or blame for that specifically. That if you want the educational system to be better in Wyoming, you have to be involved at the local level, even if you're a homeschool parent. We still have most of our kids do and always will go to the public school system. We need local community involvement. Run for school board. Go to your school board meetings. Talk with your teachers. That's the way to turn education around, is for the communities and parents to be involved in their local schools. And I would like to support parents being able to do that confidently.
One last thing, Representative Kelly. Tom, we talked about how you got involved in politics, maybe reluctantly so. What would this office mean for you, Superintendent of Public Instruction? Sometimes it's used as a stepping stone to move up the political scene. Is this your passion? Is this what you're calling, and this what you want to do? What is your political career? Do you even have one? This is just the job you want next, I think.
A beautiful lady once told me a long time ago, she said, "Thomas, you must work for the Lord because you never know what you're doing next." And that's true. My entire career has been, this is what I'm doing for now. I have no idea what's next on the horizon. Last thing I'd want to touch on, because this has not come up yet. The State Land Investment Board, the Board of Land Commissioners.
Yeah.
I think I'm best suited to be somebody on that board, to have strong principles, to stand up for people, to safeguard the investments of this state. You'll find somebody who's not a rubber stamp, but I'm not going to be unnecessarily contentious either. I think I have the demeanor to talk about some big discussions on energy, data centers, a lot of the things that are coming up across the state, and faithfully represent constituents on those boards.
That's a good point. That's often, I got to remember to ask that, because as a member, as one of the 5 on that board, that's another responsibility of Superintendent of Public Instruction, the treasurer, secretary. Thank you, Tom, for being on. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's Super Tom Kelly?
Correct, sir.
I like it. Super Tom Kelly, thank you so much. Representative Tom Kelly up Sheridan Way, looking to be the next superintendent of public instruction. Let's go right back into the room and get our weather guy, Don Day. See what we're looking at for weather. I think kind of wettish for the western half of the state. East, more of the same, wind and dry, which is not good. Don, welcome back. Look, I leave you alone for 2 weeks, and you've made a super typhoon. The most powerful storm system on the planet right now is some kind of super typhoon in Senlaku typhoon, bearing down on the islands in the Pacific. Is that going to get to Wyoming anytime soon?
No, but it's an indication that the Pacific is getting more busy, so to speak, which is ultimately good news for us. That's what we actually want to see, this kind of activity forming over on the western side of the Pacific Basin, because it does indicate those changing sea surface temperature anomalies. But we don't have a typhoon coming to Wyoming, no.
Okay. I just got back from Cabo San Lucas, and if you're a weather guy there, that is kick your feet up boring. Oh, my goodness. It's like 80 and sunny every day. It never rains, ever.
Oh, yes, it can.
Okay, well, I've never seen a drop there, and not this time of year anyway. But when I got back, sure enough, good old Wyoming, I had flights delayed because of weather. I thought, what? And then finally, my Uber ride home to Jackson was a absolute whiteout, one of the worst. It was coming down, Don. This whole week looks kind of soggy for the West. What's happening?
Western Wyoming in particular is going to get some really good moisture. Already has. What's left of a strong California storm is what moved into eastern Idaho and western Wyoming yesterday and overnight and into early this morning, but it's weakening. But there's another part of the system that will bring showers to southern Wyoming tomorrow. I think the real story this week, Jake, is the cold front that's coming Thursday and Friday. It's going to bring a good swath of rain and snow to just about all the state, but especially the west, parts of the central and southwest. And we are looking at hard freeze temperatures coming.
Yeah. And
Thursday night and especially Friday night as well.
Good point. And that just reinforces what you said, I think, last week with don't be in a hurry to call your lawn care people and tell them to fire up the irrigation system. And we got some real cold coming up later in the week.
Well, yeah, the discussion last week was, is it okay to turn on your sprinklers? And it's like, well, it's okay if you're willing to turn them off and manage the situation, because people get antsy, as warm as it's been, everything is ahead of schedule. People look at their lawn, they say, I don't like how it looks brown. And I get that. But if you look at the average frost freeze dates, they're between May 15th and May 20th around here. So that's 5 weeks. It's 4 weeks from now. So there's a lot of cold air left in the northern latitudes. A lot of Wyoming's going to look like January on Friday.
All right. Well, any indication that we can catch up? We know what kind of winter it's been. Warm, dry. March is a month we hope we can catch up, and that was kind of dry.
That was a dud, yeah.
Any indication that from mid-April through the end of May, let's say, that we can play a little bit of catch up with snowpack?
There's certainly hope. There's certainly hope, and this week will help. Especially the western and the west central parts of the state have really good opportunities for moisture coming. The high country is going to get back into the snow with these two systems as well. So the answer is yes, but I still don't see that one storm cycle yet that's going to really change the game, so to speak. And I'm hoping that happens in May and early June. But we're seeing things here for the next 7 to 10 days being pretty busy. So that's good.
Don, thank you so much.
Sure thing. Welcome back.
Thank you. Day weather forecast with Don Day. Let's take a quick break. Secretary of State Chuck Ray will be on shortly.
The Wyoming winter not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah, back from break, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, April 13, getting a couple days away from tax return deadline. I still have to factor my taxes. TurboTax sends me a reminder daily now in the email saying, you better get on it, Jake. I know. This day in history, April 13th, 1860, the Pony Express completed its inaugural run from St. Joseph, Missouri to Sacramento. Took 10 days. Final today, 1860. That was a short-lived, just a year and a half of that thing. 1863, General Patrick Connor this day sent a telegram to General Halleck asking for cavalry reinforcements. That's following a Ute attack at Sweetwater. Ute raids were unusual in Wyoming. Connor accused Mormons of urging them on, spurring on Ute violence. 1866 this day, it's the birthday of Robert Leroy Parker. You know him better as Butch Cassidy. Happy birthday, Butch, born in Beaver, Utah. This day, 1866. You know the slogan of the Mounties in Canada, right? The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP. They always get their man. That's the slogan. It was coined this day in a newspaper, Fort Benton. The Fort Benton Record, 1877. First usage of they always get their man. Interesting that the Canadian police, the phrase was coined by a Montana newspaper. That's odd, right? Fort Benton Record is in Montana. 1917 this day, 1892. Let's go back to 1892. 6th Cavalry from Fort McKinney was asked to intervene in the Johnson County War. 1892. This day in history. All these things happen on this day in history. Still some stories I do want to get to. Our feature story, lead story, head story over the weekend from Zach Sante. Great story about the Triangle X Ranch and the Turner family. They're now working on 4 generations of Turner at TX. That's one of my favorite ranches here in Jackson Hole. What got me out to Jackson was a job at Lost Creek Ranch as a wrangler, and that's the neighbor ranch to Triangle X. Triangle X is just 4 miles north of Lost Creek. In fact, I used to take rides out as a wrangler for Lost Creek. I used to take our dudes out on a ride, and I had one of my favorite rides was to ride the 4 miles to Triangle X, and I would tell the kids, if I had a kids ride, which was usually I had the advanced rides, and we were riding hell-bent for leather every day. But if I had kids on the ride, I would take them on the Triangle X ride, and there was a way I could get up on this ridge that looked right down on Triangle X. And I would tell the kids on the way there, I said, we're going to take a special ride today. We have a neighbor ranch, Triangle X, and we think that they've been stealing some of our horses. There were horses missing in the corral this morning, about 8 horses. And I'm pretty sure Triangle X came in overnight last night and took those horses. They've been horse rustling. And the kids were all excited to have an active part in law enforcement. We'll like deputize them. And we went out on this ridge and looked down on the Triangle X Ranch. And I said, see, that one, that spotted horse there, that black one there, I'm pretty sure those are our horses. What should we do about it? The kids wanted to just race down, man from Snowy River straight down the... Let's go in there and get them back, the kid said. Yeah, so every week we made a raid on Triangle X, our friendly neighbor ranch to the north. Great ranch, longtime ranch. Zach Sontag talks about their 100th year in operation, operating technically as a concessionaire inside of Grand Teton National Park. And they're doing it old school, man. They take real rides into the backcountry. They do a lot of outfitting in the fall for hunters, and they do it without Wi-Fi and any of the modern conveniences. Triangle X, fun ranch, great long-standing ranch in Jackson Hole. Good story from Zach. He got it exactly right. And then probably my favorite county in Wyoming, only because it's so rural in nature. This story from Kate. Kate Meadows writes, Sublette County, which is larger than Delaware and Rhode Island combined. Imagine that. A county larger than 2 of our states. 1,500 miles of road total, and they have no stoplights anywhere. There's not one in Pinedale's the biggest city, the biggest town in Sublette County. That's your only opportunity for a stoplight, and they don't have one. They got I think they have like some kind of blinking deal during the summer when it gets real busy. But for the most part, Sublette County is so not Californicated. It very rural in nature, and there is stoplight to be found. They should be proud of that. Good story from Kate Meadows. Whole bunch other interesting stories in the Cowboy State Daily we will try to get to. But meanwhile, we have many guests coming up. Secretary of State Chuck Gray will be here in a moment. We'll talk to Kristi Hack, Mac Watson, Lisa Kinney, and a whole bunch more as this Monday morning show rolls on. Right now, let's see what's going on with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, four-time world champion saddle bronc rider Zeke Thurston talks about his upbringing with six-time national finals qualifier, his dad, Skeeter Thurston, and his aspirations of always wanting to be a rodeo cowboy. The great Canadian Zeke Thurston, four-time world champion, on the Roadshow coming up.
Hello from Fairfield, Montana. We are excited to announce Forsyth Livestock Bull Sale happening April 7th through April 14th.
If you're looking for Sim and Sim Angus bulls to move you forward in this historic market, we've got what you need. We select for what matters: soundness, maternal traits, udder quality and calving ease, and disposition. We put the numbers to work too, with EPDs focused on marbling, stayability, all-purpose index, and terminal index. That's Forsyth Livestock on Facebook and sale details on dvauction.com, running April 7th through the 14th.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
I was pretty lucky, a little different story than a lot of them. I grew up in it and around it, through my dad's career. And then after my dad was done riding broncs, he actually had an electronic scoreboard that he would haul around to different rodeos. And that was before they had to replay screens and different things. But he did that for a lot of years. So we went up and down the road with him quite a bit, just being wild little rodeo rat kids, but had a lot of fun with it. And then that kind of transpired into our specialty act. And so I've kind of seen the ins and outs of all sides of the business and the industry. And I believe that's been a big help for me and in my career. But as far as wanting to be a bronc rider, I've always wanted to ride broncs. Being a young boy, I was always attracted to the rough stock side of the arena. But I roped growing up. I really enjoyed roping calves and team roping, and have always really been into my horsemanship and different things like that. So I kind of tell people I was a cowboy before I was a rodeo cowboy, and I like all sides of it, and I try to work at all parts of it, and I just really enjoy it. It's a great way of life, and it's a great way to raise your family, I think.
Zeke Thurston on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hired to make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Monday, Secretary of State Chuck Gray here. And we're going to talk a little bit about the SAVE Act. Where is it right now? Why is it so important? Wyoming's already done the SAVE Act. I mean, we were the first. We've led the way. If only the feds would watch us, listen to us. The House passed it along party lines, barely. This is D.C. It's this thing. I think the SAVE Act is right now stuck in the Senate. And what isn't? Secretary Gray, what is the SAVE Act? And Wyoming has kind of, like, we've done that a little bit.
The Save America Act, and it is a very important piece of legislation, Jake, that has proof of citizenship for registering to vote, voter ID, no men in girls' sports, no men in women's sports, and no transgender surgeries. This is common sense. And we've done in Wyoming proof of citizenship for registering to vote. Of course, in the 2025 legislative session, we brought that through that legislative session. In 2024, Governor Gordon vetoed our rulemaking to do proof of citizenship for registering to vote. And even though he refused to sign the bill, we led and we got it through the legislature and got it done. And thankfully, we were able to get it to the finish line without his signature because our founders said that bills become law after a certain specified period without his signature. Voter ID, I was proud to be the lead sponsor on voter ID in 2021. And one of the reasons I'm running for Congress is we have got to bring through these common sense baseline election integrity measures, Jake, into federal law. And they've done that with NVRA, HAVA, and now the left is saying that they don't want to be part of this. It just shows how radical they are. Over 90% of Americans, Jake, want the Save America Act. And it seems like only the radical left, the insiders, Gordon, the media, the radical media, they're the only ones that are against it. But welcome to the show, because that's the way they are. I mean, they've gotten very radical. It's a 10% sort of minority. And I'm going to continue representing the silent majority, the America First values of the people of Wyoming.
Safeguarding American voter eligibility, the SAVE Act, maybe Representative Chuck Gray is really spearheaded that, certainly in Wyoming. Tell me about the efforts with Diego Morales, Indiana, Secretary of State over there. Wyoming and Indiana ahead of the game when it comes to voter integrity and just voter ID. We got to make sure people who vote in Wyoming are Wyomingites. That includes driver's licenses and checks. And people who vote in U.S. elections are U.S. citizens.
We got a letter with Secretary of State Diego Morales stating that to Majority Floor Leader Thune that the Save America Act needs to get done. We need to have a talking filibuster so that the Democrats can't keep delaying and dithering on this bill and preventing it from going to cloture. If they want to come and debate the bill and filibuster the bill, they need to talk. And the reality is is we know that after a while, that will probably be defeated. But that's why the radical left doesn't want to move towards a talking filibuster, because they'll be forced to defend how radical they are. That's the reality here in 2026, where they're at. So I think it's really important that I send this letter with Secretary of State Morales. There are strong conservative secretaries of state that we have testified to Congress, and we have said these are very implementable measures, and it's time to get them done.
Let me ask you, Secretary Gray, would this legislation, I mean, the one voice against it seems to be it would be a barrier for legal citizens to vote. It could be onerous. It could be, somebody might have to spend money to go get their birth certificate or something. Is this a hard barrier to prove that you are a U.S. citizen? Prove you're a state. Is this too much of a barrier, or is this the bare minimum? If you want to vote in our elections, you got to prove that you reside here legally.
Well, you're right, Jake, that was the golden oldie that Gordon and AOC and Ilhan Omar, it's that song that they think you want to hear, but you really don't. It's really that golden oldie line that the insiders and the left use to try to defeat these common sense measures. And the reality is we have shown in Wyoming that these are very easy to implement. And our DOT does great work in doing a citizenship check on the issuance of Wyoming driver's licenses and Wyoming ID. And we also, in the voter ID bill, we said that, look, for purposes of voting, Wyoming ID could be attained at zero cost, Jake, zero cost. So this is just sort of a poll-tested line they're using that their consultants are giving them, the coalition of the insiders and the Democrats. Gordon used it, AOC's using it, Alyssa Slotkin, Ilhan Omar. They're very radical, and Americans understand, the silent majority understands that this is common sense.
Secretary Gray, I want to move slightly to a different topic, but let's wrap this one up. The SAVE Act, right now, the status passed in the House February 11th, slim margins, but a long party line. Senate's going to be a tough barrier. 60 votes going to be required there. Maybe D.C. can learn from Indiana, Wyoming. We've already done it, and we've done it right when it comes to voter ID, voter integrity, and so let's talk about the board. What happened? I wasn't here, but I certainly heard about it. Another dust up on the State Loan and Investment Board when you suggested, hey, here's an opportunity to use identification and make sure that not only people, you should be a citizen to vote, but you should be a citizen to benefit from any kind of affordable housing. You mentioned it, and it went over like a lead balloon with the governor anyway. What happened?
Well, we had a State Loan and Investment Board meeting about a week and a half ago, and we were considering affordable housing projects. And I brought a very simple amendment, Jake. This is very simple, that only U.S. citizens should be able to attain these benefits. Illegal aliens should not be able to attain these public benefits. It's very simple. And my amendment said that we would run a cross-check on what's called the SAVE database that has been optimized by the Trump administration that does a cross-check on individuals to ensure that they are citizens and not illegal aliens. So this is another 90-10 issue. Now, Gordon, what he does in these situations, Jake, it's a tactic he uses, is that he wants to distract from the 90-10 issue. And so he gets up there and he starts shrieking and screaming and saying that he wants to step outside and saying, shut up. He's trying to distract. He's trying to sort of get into an altercation. And that dog ain't gonna hunt with me, Jake, I calmly said, look, we're going to do this in front of everybody. And he told his ally that was running the video to cut the video off so that people couldn't see the rest of what happened. They did see his shrieking and then saying, step outside again. But then the video cuts off. And what happened then is I calmly I had to calm down like a child having a temper tantrum. I said, no, Mark, we're going to do this in front of everybody. We're not going to go into another room where then you can sort of make up things about what happened. We're going to talk this out. And it took about 4 to 5 minutes to calm him down. And once he sort of calmed down a little bit, we were able to get back to the issue at hand. And it just shows the way that I lead. Advancing the will of the silent majority here in Wyoming. I'm not going to be distracted by the antics of the insiders like Gordon, his allies, the Democrats, Ilhan Omar, the radical left media. I'm not going to be distracted by that Troika coalition that they have going that has prevented the will of the silent majority, the America First will of the silent majority, from being enacted. So I am focused on the amendment at hand, no matter how many times Gordon has these outbursts. When we won on ending the woke win lease in Converse and Niobrara counties, that's the other time he had the outburst. And then there's been other times. I mean, you could go back to the recordings of these meetings in 2023 and 2024. It just wasn't covered by the media. He did the step outside thing a couple other times and it just started having these sort of outbursts other times. It was just never covered. And there's a common thread in all of this. When we are winning, when I am advancing the will of the silent majority, that's when Gordon has these outbursts because he wants to distract and he loses all level of self-control. But I'm going to keep focusing, like I got my eye on the ball, on the will of the people, which is that only U.S. citizens should be attaining these public benefits, period.
Yeah, that's the amendment that was called out of order by Governor Gordon. Is there another way to check, Secretary of Gray? Is there another way to check if somebody is properly a citizen in the affordable housing, or is this the best way? Is this system already in place? Can we check it somewhere else, or is this amendment sound like you already have federal and state database?
This is really the way, and it's been optimized by the Trump administration with the Department of Homeland Security and USCIS. This SAVE database, this is how we check for voting purposes citizenship. And it has also been used in the context of public benefits. So in terms of the federal databases, this is the one for this purpose. And it is very clear that this is the way to get it done. Now, you can already see the coalition of the insiders, the media, and the Democrats trotting out their latest golden oldie, which they went to right away in the meeting. I mean, it's almost like clockwork. They started saying, Gordon and his ally, this Patrick Collins here, that, citizenship checks are already done, and they're not. Right now, it's just an attestation, meaning a affidavit that somebody signs that they're eligible, like what happened on voting before we got proof of citizenship for registering to vote done. But an affidavit isn't a check. People lie all the time. And so people understand that you have to have a cross-check on that affidavit, on that statement that they are indeed eligible. In the SAVE database, entering an individual's name and their information that they provide in the application, and that notice will be there in the application that check is going to be done. That is the way that you have a citizenship cross-check, and you ensure that illegal aliens are not able to attain these public benefits. So please, Jake, they're already trotting out these latest golden oldie lines that are just trying to distract and lead astray on what we're trying to get done. And it's a tactic from all these organizations to try to take our eye off the ball. And we're not going to take our eye off the ball.
Secretary of State Chuck Gray's also campaigning across the state. Thursday, you're going to be in Buffalo for a meet and greet at the Johnson County Library as Secretary Gray, hoping to be the next
6 p.m. 6 p.m., Jake, Johnson County Library, and then 10 a.m. on Saturday up in Sheridan. We are really campaigning around the state, very excited. And we've done these meet and greets, town halls now for a decade because I represent you, the people of Wyoming.
Thank you so much for being on. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. Have a great week. Great to have you back.
You too. Thank you. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, we all know the Secretary's efforts toward ensuring voter security, voter integrity, and the whole SAVE Act. Right now it's in the Senate's court, but, you know, things that have been left in the Senate's court have often stayed there and not done much. So we'll see what the SAVE Act is. And then Secretary of State Chuck Gray, as part of the 5-member SLIB board, brought up using a database that's already in place for voting to ensure those benefiting from affordable housing were indeed U.S. citizens. And we all saw what happened there just a couple of weeks ago in that meeting. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues halfway through. It's time for news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the legendary Triangle X Ranch in Grand Teton National Park, now led by a 4th generation of the Turner family. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the family is entering a moment they just never get used to, renegotiating their lease with the Park Service.
Questions are, can they continue to operate as they have been, which is in a very old school way? They don't offer Wi-Fi there. They do very traditional dude ranch activities. They take people 12 miles into the backcountry on horses, and it's all happening at a time when most of the park concessions are becoming more corporate, more modern, more uniform. And the way the negotiations look are something like, okay, we know you need to make a profit so that you can be operative, but also you're on public land and we're not going to let you just charge whatever you want.
John H. Turner, a 4th generation, tells Cowboy State Daily that he sees ranch life as a springboard to wider success. Turners have become private pilots, real estate mavens, and lawyers. More than 50 years after a Utah teenager was killed, Advanced DNA Tech has confirmed she's another victim of infamous serial killer Ted Bundy. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that it's a breakthrough that could solve other cold cases, including in Wyoming.
Before, there wasn't a full DNA profile of Ted Bundy in a national database. And up until this particular profile was done by the Utah Crime Lab, there was not one complete DNA profile of Ted Bundy. There were partials, and you'd have to go through the lab in Florida where they were kept. So it was really cumbersome to try to connect the dots to Ted Bundy. However, that has all changed. So now any state, any jurisdiction who has a case that might be Ted Bundy now can then test against this DNA. So it's a huge breakthrough.
The Utah County Sheriff's Office announced at a press conference last week that Bundy was responsible for killing 17-year-old Laura Ann Amy in 1974, a crime that went unsolved for 52 years. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. This has been a driver safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After more than 40 years on display, the big game taxidermy collection at the Safari Club restaurant in Thermopolis will be shipped to auction next week. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that a potential value hasn't been put on the hundreds of mounts, some of which can't be sold in the United States.
These specimens were collected over a long period of time, about 60 years of hunting by Jim Mills. And he started in the 1960s when it was legal to take the big five, to take the rhinoceros, the elephant, the leopard, and all of these rare specimens and bring them to America. This collection really has been an icon here in Thermopolis.
The inventory in the Safari Club has not been done yet on Mills's extensive collection to determine how many pieces are headed to auction, nor has an estimated value yet been established. Flaming Gorge is preparing to be drained by up to a third to make up for the horrible Colorado River levels. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that Wyoming and other upper basin states could be left dry in response to desperate downriver water shortages.
This isn't set in stone yet, but it's looking pretty bad this year that they're going to have to take up to roughly a third of the water out of Flaming Gorge Reservoir because that connects down through the system all the way to Lake Powell. That isn't as simple as it sounds because that can affect a lot of things. Like I talked to a marina manager there, and he said, if they take as much water as they're talking about, it will destroy the spawning for the kokanee salmon and we'll be right back to square one.
Tony Valdez, owner of Buckboard Marina at Flaming Gorge, tells Cowboy State Daily that the last time Flaming Gorge was hit hard with drawdowns was in 2022. However, the winter of 2022-23 saw massive snowfall across much of Wyoming, which softened the blow. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show Monday. David Madison's here. D-Mad, what have you been up to?
Oh, you know, just enjoying spring weather, getting the gardening going.
That was like 2 months ago, man.
We're still at it. Yeah, I've got some plants going already in the house, sort of a makeshift garden, greenhouse situation. I'm trying to make the most of this non-existent winter we had and get a jump on the planting season.
Did you?
I apologize for. Yeah, go
ahead. Did you watch any of the Masters?
Yeah, I've got a friend in town, and we were pretty glued to the Masters actually, and having written about Wyoming's connection to it last week, I was teed up, you might say, to check it out. I'm not a golfer. I've had family members really try and get me into it, but it's never really taken. But I am taken by the Masters, and so we had a really good time yesterday afternoon. An old friend of mine and I just carved out that time and sat and watched Rory claim a second one. You know, it was great seeing how they were cutting to his hometown clubhouse. You know, everybody cheering him on there, and yeah, it's such a hard course. You know, like you have the best players in the world sending it into the trees.
Yeah,
you know, and so I was fascinated by that, and of course I was, you know, had this story in my head from this week. Jim Benepe in Sheridan is Wyoming's one true connection to the Masters. He played in 89 and 91. He was a champion in high school and a college champion at Northwestern in Chicago, and has this great origin story where a group of club members at the Skokie Country Club in Chicagoland there really believed in this kid and got together and got him enough money to pay for gas and to pay for entry fees. And he started making his way into the professional ranks and played in Asia, Australia, Canada, and got an invite to the Western Open, which I think was in Illinois at the time, and was in one of the oldest golf tournaments on the tour. And he wins in his very first PGA outing, and gets a invitation to the Masters a couple times, and has had a really successful career selling jet fuel in Sheridan too. So interesting guy, part of the golf community up there, helped get Powderhorn. I think he was part of the development community that got that club going, and it was really, really fun to talk to. And then just talking to all the different Wyomingites who've made a pilgrimage to Augusta. You can't, there's few places that are stand in such contrast, right? Usually, especially if you're coming from Jackson this time of year, you're coming from a snowy environment to this amazing azalea clad, birds chirping, pine straw and dogwood trees. And I grew up in the South, and so it's very nostalgic and my friend who's visiting is also from North Carolina. And so I think that's half the attraction, is listening to the birds chirp and seeing the flowers and just kind of having memories of what it was like to live there.
Huh. I didn't know that about you. Wyomingite spring break is often to, where I went, Cabo in Mexico, or maybe to Coachella, or maybe to Augusta, that famed golf course, tough course to play, and a connection, Jim Benepi, a Wyoming connection with what we saw play out at the Masters. In Jackson, we have Keegan Bradley. Now, we lay claim to him because his dad, Mark, was a longtime golf pro here in Jackson. But Keegan wasn't born Wyoming, but I do follow his career. But yeah, these guys, man, they play golf at a different level, man.
And within minutes of the story going live, I got a text or an email. I probably won't be able to dig it out. Anyway, there is a groundskeeper in Gillette who had a honorary fellowship as a groundskeeper at Augusta too. So there's a groundskeeping connection between Wyoming and Augusta as well. And so, anybody else who we've got a year now. And so over the next year, if we can maybe collect up a roster of others that have an Augusta connection. I'd like to write about it every year. It's a tradition like no other. And there's something, even if for someone who doesn't play the game, there's just something about the mastery of a sport when you're seeing the very best players able to spin the ball in a certain way, curve it in a certain way, and have the course beat them sometimes. Even with see them make these amazing shots, and they still, like at the end when Rory sent it into the pine straw yesterday at the very end, and he was like on the verge of maybe losing his lead. That was some thrilling stuff. And so anyway, I'm just a huge sports fan, and was happy to do that story. Yeah. And so a pitch to listeners, if you have sports stories, ideas, we're really trying to, we don't do the day-to-day, scores and rankings type stories. We do the feature stuff. And so please hit me up, David, at Cowboy State Daily, if you've got some good sports story ideas.
All right. And we're going to talk sports again. A Cheyenne South High School football team. We just saw lawmakers ban officially the idea that we would do NIL, name, image, likeness, money down to the high school level. We saw it ruin college, so let's not let it get into the high school, and the legislation did something about it. But what happened is, that means in order to, put money into a high school program that doesn't come from the school, What did they have to do in Cheyenne? I don't understand.
I think that what we have is a really dedicated group of parents in Cheyenne who are watching kids come through the high schools, spending a ton of time marketing themselves to coaches, going to tournaments, getting extra coaching, doing things that cost money, and having to pick up an extra job here and there to try and cover extra expenses. And then there's folks whose families are in positions where they need that 15, 16, 17-year-old kid to be, as soon as the school day's over, the workday begins for them. And so they're not even playing sports. And so the point that was made by these two dads that I interviewed in Cheyenne was the legislature in their opinion, the legislature overreacted by banning NIL activities for high school students, because their intention. I think no one's questioning the intention. I think that a lot of folks are disappointed with how sports have been changed by NIL. But their argument in Cheyenne was, look, the boogeyman's not out there. There's really not this problem of boosters at Cheyenne East paying a kid at Cheyenne South to transfer. He says that's not happening. Instead, all the parents in Cheyenne, no matter where their kids go to high school, they're kind of pooling their resources and trying to make the whole system work better. And the example they gave was that these two guys had got a bunch of donors together, and they're going to get something like 60 pairs of cleats to make sure that the Cheyenne South High School football team all have cleats. And were there to be NIL, some of those athletes who might have to work an extra job could pick up a sponsorship deal at a local bank or some other local business and make some cash quicker and easier off their name, image, likeness, and have a better success story perhaps on getting recruited by a college. That's their argument, that the ills of NIL have not descended upon Wyoming, and that by outright banning it, you've taken a financial generator out of the mix. And interesting story. I hope I get more feedback on this one and hear from more parents around the state what we're seeing in other communities like Gillette, which is a huge sports town, or Rock Springs, or any of the, there's, you name it. There's a huge booster community in towns across the state. Are they also seeing this issue? The other point that was raised, and I hadn't thought about this, but I hope this isn't going on to a great degree, that there is some star athlete or star musician, whatever, they have a talent, and it is being suppressed by the fact that they have to, as soon as they get off work, they go right to work. As soon as they get out of school, they go right to work, and they just don't participate in any activities in high school at all. The way it was described, there could be some phenomenon, some unbelievable talent that isn't being nurtured because they've got to go and work at Chipotle, right as soon as school's out.
Yeah.
And coach doesn't even know about them. So would NIL somehow bring out those undiscovered talents? I think really what it is a backlash about the legislators were expressing disappointment in college athletics, really, when they passed that, right? Not high school. There hasn't been evidence of it happening in Wyoming. It was a cautionary move. I see both sides. This one's not going away. We'll be covering it.
Yeah, the whole college landscape, the NIL, created such a boogeyman that the reaction by state lawmakers was maybe throwing the baby out with the bathwater, like saying, all right, this can't happen in high school, and you got to be careful of unintended consequences. David Madison's story, Cheyenne high school parents find workaround to state ban on NIL deals. Read that dropped on April 11th. How does one get from filmmaking into fracking? They both start with an F. Other than that, I don't see a connection, David.
Okay, let's go into our time machine back to the early 90s, right? When being an independent filmmaker was the coolest thing ever. You had Robert Rodriguez with his hit film that he made for $7,000. You had Clerks.
Oh, yeah.
Or Dazed and Confused came out then, and even before that, Slacker. And so, yeah, I definitely remember the idea of being an independent filmmaker was the coolest thing ever. And here you have this guy, Dan Doyle. He gets a geology degree from University of Pittsburgh, and he goes to work in the oil and gas industry, but it tanks. And he has enough money saved up to go to NYU Film School, which is a he had a friend that was in the industry and kind of wandered into it at a time when that was a hot thing to do. And then he got a short into Sundance, which is a really big accomplishment. It's like the hardest festival to get into. And so he's got a short. He gets signed by a production company that has a good track record who's represented in Hollywood by someone who has a good track record, but it just didn't work for him. He wasn't finding success. It's very hit or miss. I have not worked in the scripted side of things. I've worked in the unscripted side of television, and it is very up and down and frustrating. And so he got frustrated, and he had an interest in Dan had an interest in a film and television rental company. So he sold that, and he put everything into fracking. And I think he timed it just right then too. So fracking was on the rise at this time. He was in Pennsylvania, and then he started, after surviving the fracking industry, he said that, he tried to get these trucks customized, and the deal went south, and a guy pulled a knife on him. And then he happens into this, into a play in near Newcastle, and winds up in Wyoming, and has found success there by trial and error and a lot of frustration. But he's running a crew of 15 to 30. I'm sure the people of Newcastle have probably run into Dan Doyle's crew there, and it was an interesting journey. And so I really appreciated his enthusiasm, and he's written this book, and so called Of Roughnecks and Riches. Has some really good anecdotes in it for folks that are in the industry. I think they would find it entertaining.
Dan Doyle, fascinating guy. He's not behind the camera in the hit series Landman. He's under the hard hat. He is a landman. Yeah. Right. I get the feeling whatever Dan decides to do, he's just going to time it right. I mean, you don't get to NYU Film School. You don't get to Sundance. Like the doors have just opened for this guy. And maybe he's had to kick a few down, but what an interesting pivot in his career, in his life, calling the audible and going from fracking to film back to fracking. Way to go, Dan. And great story. Love it.
Yeah, definitely. It's you have to run through a wall to get a book done. So it was he had lots of stories ready to go, and I think that I wish him luck. I hope the book is a success as well, and maybe it'll get optioned by Taylor Sheridan, and we'll have another a show based in Wyoming.
He'll be right back into the Hollywood scene again.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, David.
You bet. All right, good seeing you.
You too. Have a great Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. We'll be right back with more after this quick break.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless.
so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
And we're back to it on a Monday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Katie's here. Katie Bonjean, is that how I say?
That's correct. You've got it.
Katie, so good to have you with us. Katie has got 15 years experience or more in sales, operation, leadership, real estate. She's responsible for the sales end of the Village Cooperative Senior Housing Division. That's a new Cheyenne development. We're going to tell you about what it is, how you can get in, and more about what a cooperative living is. That I'm really interested to learn that aspect. So I'm hearing about this new senior housing development outside of Cheyenne. We hope 2028 is sort of the target. We're going to break ground. What is it all about? Cooperative housing.
Yeah, good question. It is an exciting opportunity. So cooperatives started in Minnesota in the 1970s. So it's a unique home ownership option for individuals who are 62 and better, looking to right-size the living space that they want to live in. And really, it's all about giving up that home maintenance and doing more of what they want to be doing instead of all of the things that come along with the burden of home ownership. One level living, it's really exciting because you're living in a community of peers of your similar age range. So they spend a lot of time doing socializing, giving back to the community, doing things that they really enjoy, spending time with family and traveling. So they collectively own this building and the land, the building, and everything in it. So it's a really, really nice way, again, to right-size the home that they're living in and give up that burden of home maintenance.
And this, as you mentioned, got started. You must have started it in Minnesota. Probably, Katie. You're from Minnesota. Was that you? Or
It's very popular in Minnesota. So the first one was built in Edina, Minnesota. It was not by our company, but that was in the 1970s. So our company started developing cooperatives in 2003. In Fergus Falls, Minnesota was our very first one. If you know anything about Fergus Falls, you know it's very cold in the winter. And so that is why this model worked really well there, is there are spaces inside the community to work out, to do book club, to have potlucks, to really become a community and spend time together inside your home.
And you talked about right-sizing one's life and your living conditions. There's a certain point when you're an empty nester, and then beyond that, where I mean, the house is just too big. You don't need a 4-bed, 3-bed. I mean, you right size, but also right sizing your community, because these cooperative housing situations create community and you don't want them too big. Talk about the one in Cheyenne. What is the right size for one, and why is that important to be kind of on the smaller side?
Good question, Jake. So although Cheyenne kind of lacks in opportunities for senior housing, and we could build a very large building, what we've learned over time is people really want to know their community that they're living in. So Cheyenne will have just 54 homes. Now, over 20 of those are already sold. So we know that there is a desire, a demand, and a really strong connection to this model here in Cheyenne.
So for seniors in Wyoming, I mean, the options are too few. You're looking at maybe moving out of the big house and into a rental situation, maybe into a condo. All have their good and bad. And then, perhaps even assisted living. How does cooperative housing differ from a rental, from a condo, from assisted living? And what are the benefits of cooperative senior housing?
Yeah, you're right. Kind of everyone kind of walks this journey of what is right for them. Rental, assisted living, condo. So we really provide predictable, secure, maintenance-free housing where you own everything. The cooperative takes care of all of the maintenance, including everything inside their home. So in a condo, you may own your 4 walls and everything within there. You're still responsible if something breaks your fridge or some mechanical breaks in your condo, you're still responsible financially for that. In the cooperative, there is a monthly expense that a part of that goes to a reserve fund, which is really important because if things go wrong, they are repaired or replaced out of that fund. So there's no risk of an assessment coming your way. We understand that this demographic is on a fixed income. And so those surprises can really be upsetting when they come along. And we know that is happening in home ownership. Rentals, it's different because that is owned by a third party. And when you have that monthly fee could go up anywhere from 5 to 8%, and that's out of your control. Renters also have a tendency to come home and live behind that door to their unit. So when they come home, they close that door, and that's where they do their living. It's very different. In a cooperative, there's community spaces to go out, play cribbage, play cards, mahjong, do puzzles, have book club. So they really do enjoy having places to socialize outside of their home, which is now right-sized for them and maintenance-free. But the community is really, really important in the cooperative. So that's kind of how that is different. And then assisted living, of course, is need-based. So in our active communities, these people are choosing to make this decision when they still have the ability to be active, independent. They don't necessarily need care at this point. If they want to bring it in after maybe a surgery or something, they can bring in some physical therapy, but they're not in a need-based situation.
I'm sharing, as you were speaking, Katie, I'm sharing some photos of the shared spaces in cooperative living, whether it's like a fitness center, a fitness area, a community garden, stuff like that. That's so huge. I mean, we all know a senior, whether it's in your family or someone that is staying connected, make sure you have socialization. This seems to be, that is fostered in cooperative senior housing. And I love the idea that if your refrigerator blows up, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to find the repairman. It's all the maintenance is taken care of.
Exactly. It's so predictable. I always say we don't build these magical buildings where nothing goes wrong, but you have one phone call you have to make. And that community manager will make sure that everything is taken care of for you, down to the batteries in your smoke detector, light bulbs, all of that. So it's really nice to, again, take that burden of home ownership off of your plate and spend more time doing things that you love, like gardening. You don't have to give that up. Many of our members come from, large homes with a lot of garden spaces or places to be and enjoy the outdoors. Same thing here in the cooperative. We have a grilling space, a back patio. They still get to do all of the things that they enjoy. It's just they don't have to be the only ones doing all of the attending to the garden and all of that.
So we're talking to Katie Bonjean, Village Cooperative Senior Housing Division. Explain again this cooperative model. Who owns what? Like, how does the ownership work? Who?
Great question. That is one of the biggest questions we get when trying to explain this model. So the owners own the whole building collectively. So in Cheyenne, as I mentioned, there will be just 54 homes. So people are purchasing a share into the cooperative corporation. And so there will be 54 owners. So you get one share with your purchase. And so collectively, the 54 households will own that. There will be a board of directors. So soon after people move in, there will be an election. So you will elect your peers to be on the board, and they just make sure that all of the kind of bylaws are followed, and where those reserve funds get put and all of that. So they just manage that, and it's different because you have again that maintenance free with your monthly member fee. You have most of your expenses covered. So many of the payments that you're making in a single family home go into that monthly fee. And it is a not-for-profit model. So you're at a zero budget. Everything that's getting paid in is used to pay the operating expenses of the cooperative. And there's no profit to be had. It's a very easy in, easy out model. There's no real estate fees associated with it. So it's very simple. You'll see many people are on wait lists and other cooperatives, but it does take a while to be able to get in. That's why it's really exciting to be on the ground level here in Cheyenne. Once these 54 homes sell, people don't move out of the cooperatives very often. So it's kind of a unique time frame to be able to be one of those founding members of the cooperative, because once it's sold, the opportunity, you're just on a wait list.
Yeah.
Kind of in an unknown time frame.
Yeah, there's reason to get in early to think about it now, even if you're not ready for it now, which is okay because we're hoping to break ground this year, hoping to have it ready. You mentioned already some of this is sold in Cheyenne. Where is it? And then give me an idea of the time frame when you could actually be in.
Yeah, good question. So it is on the west side of Powder House Road, off Melton Street. So if you know where Coyote Ridge Elementary School is, it's just south of there.
Okay.
So a really, really nice property there. We love being near elementary schools. That's always exciting. We will break ground before the end of the year, and the development typically takes 16 to 18 months after we break ground. So mid-2028 would be a safe estimate there. Yes, already 20 plus homes have sold out of the 54. So a lot of early excitement here in Cheyenne. So even though, this is a new concept to Cheyenne, we've done 50 cooperative developments throughout 13 states in the United States. So it is definitely a model that works. Seniors are finding that value in ownership. They really are proud of being owners. And so when they can do that collectively, those buildings and the people live better longer.
What a brilliant idea they had in Minnesota, bringing the model to Wyoming, to Cheyenne. I like it. You got to get in now. 62 or plus active adults will be involved in this new Cheyenne development, and already a third sold. So don't wait around. if property taxes aren't chasing long-time homeowners out of their place, certainly things change in your life where you don't need the big home anymore, and you're ready to move on to something else. And homeowners or rental, as you mentioned, they don't foster that social interaction with others the way this cooperative senior housing idea does. That's so cool. Downsizing this message is going out to many seniors looking to downsize or right size their life.
Yeah, and we know that this is not something that is easy. Many of our members have lived in their homes 20, 30, 40 years. I was just at a meeting last week. Somebody said 40 years. And I said, well, do you have any stuff? And they were like, oh my gosh, we have so much stuff. So there's time for that. The nice part about this is, it's a tangible timeline, but it gives you time to meet with realtors. What is your home actually worth? Many people haven't even thought of that because they've been in their home that long. What are they going to do with all of their stuff? Where do they want, talk to your kids about where you're going. Your children really don't want to make this decision for you. They want to know that mom and dad are going where they want to go, and that they're in a community of supportive peers that are going to keep them active and social. That's what they want.
Katie, you can help with that transition, right? And if any of this sounds interesting, there's presence on the interwebs, villagecooperative.com. Just look for the internet site, villagecooperative.com, or there's a phone number to call, get Nicole, get Katie. And let's think about it. Where do we go to learn more? We got to find out more.
Yeah, definitely go to our website to just get a better understanding of who we are and what's going to come to Cheyenne. But also, it's very important to continue to learn more to see if it's the right fit for you. So Nicole is in Cheyenne on Del Range Road. And then we have monthly seminars as well. So we do have one coming up in early May. We would love to see you there. We host those at Little America. And so make sure you RSVP to come so we can save you a seat. But we would love to help you discover if this is right for you.
Yeah. Dip your toe in the water. Call Nicole. I got the phone number here somewhere. You probably do too. 307-316-3425, 316-3425. The monthly information seminars and the website villagecooperative.com. Katie, when this works in Cheyenne and we watch it work and fill up, we're going to need another one in Sheridan, maybe Casper. Can we keep it going?
Yes. So we we pick 3 new projects per year. So we can't guarantee that we'll do another one right nearby Cheyenne. But we do pick 3 projects every year in new cities that are definitely in need of an option for senior housing. This ownership opportunity is so important. And so we are so grateful that we can start one in Cheyenne.
That transition from maybe a longtime homeowner to HOA or a rental, a condo, we got a new idea for you. It's this cooperative, villagecooperative.com. I didn't know anything about this housing model until I read up on it. And this sounds super smart. I like it.
Yep, it is. It's great. So how the financial piece of it works too is traditionally, as I said, people have lived in their homes. They have that equity. So you can usually sell your home, infuse a portion of those proceeds in your share, and then you have the rest to do whatever else you want to do with it. Reinvest, travel. People are really looking forward to freeing up that maintenance piece of it and traveling with those funds that they have from their home sale.
Yeah, it sounds good. Thank you for being on. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate you having me.
Of course. That's Katie Bonjean. That's villagecooperative.com is where you got to go look. Get Nicole. Get in on it now. Already a third sold in Cheyenne, and they haven't even broke ground yet. So obviously, it's already popular. Nicole, it's 307-316-3425. Thank you, Katie. Have a great Monday.
Thanks, Jake. You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. More coming up. Our next guest, Kristi Hack, will be here. And we'll do it right after this.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to play some baseball. It's off to the diamond. Casper, Wyoming. And if you have seen the Casper Spuds play baseball, or if you've seen that banana team, man, it pops up. It's like the most viral video stuff going. Like every day I see a new highlight from the banana baseball game. They are definitely the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. They just play baseball a different kind of way. Paul and Kristi are with us, owners of the Casper Spuds. It's a collegiate baseball team. We'll explain what exactly the Spuds are, but the Savanah Bananas, that's fun baseball. Kristi, you have some connections. You sang a national anthem.
I did. In February of last year, I did sing the national anthem at one of their games in Savannah. It was a pretty amazing experience.
All right, so tell me about baseball. You, like many of us, you discovered that, I mean, it's America's pastime. It is such a pure, I love the game. I love the game. If I had any knock on the game, it doesn't need to last 4 hours. The game could be cut down a little bit. So let's first talk, but before we talk about Savanah, tell me about the Casper Spuds. How did you get involved with that team? How did you become owners, both of you?
It was kind of by accident, but it was a great accident to stumble upon. The team was relocating from Caldwell, Idaho to Casper, Wyoming. And Paul and I have been very involved in the baseball community of Casper for many, many years, with our children growing up playing the sport, and our just overall passion and love for the game of baseball itself. Paul got a phone call. Go ahead.
Yeah, the team that was in Casper was leaving, and it kind of opened up a spot. And yeah, somebody knew that we were passionate and wanted to be involved. And yeah, as Kristi was saying, we got a phone call one day and had some negotiation and some talks, and through that we became owners back in 2023. And then after this past season, we were fortunate enough we became the sole owners. So now we're full owners of the team, and we've got a second team that we're hoping to get down into the Cheyenne area. So,
wow, what is it like to own a baseball team? The Casper Spuds, a collegiate team. What does that mean? What kind of players do we see on the Casper Spuds? It's like a 50-game schedule, kicks off, I think, in May, June, July.
Yeah, it's designed to be minor league style and fill. So Major League Baseball over the past 10, 15 years has really shrunken the minor leagues down and condensed that. And it's opened up spaces and places for teams like ours. So we're a collegiate wood bat team. It's like I said, minor league look and feel, and guys come in late May and they stay till the end of August, and we play 50 to 55 games depending on playoffs, and
these are guys that are on active college rosters, NCAA, junior collegiate, NAIA, D1, D2, D3.
All guys that have been deemed to have potential to play at that next level, not always meaning pro ball. Sometimes that's a lower level D3 guy that's trying to move up and play D1 ball or something. So, and we get them from all different areas of the country. So, and
Canada.
Abroad.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, in every sport, we see athletes like this. Sometimes they slip through the radar. Scouts don't notice them. They don't get drafted, but it's a chance. Is this like like A-ball comparative if you're talking about minor leagues?
It's the equivalent to what rookie ball used to be. So short season rookie ball. So it's those guys that are the late draft picks, back when they used to draft 200 rounds or whatever it was. And these are those late draft pick guys that are just looking to get out there and get seen. So, and we always give an emphasis to the Wyoming guys. We always give them kind of first priority and try to get as many of those guys on the team that, that have played to that next level or out playing college ball and want to get them back home and let them play in front of their friends and family. So we've had guys from 4 or 5 different cities in the state now represented, as well as, our out-of-state guys and our abroad guys. So
Paul and Kristi Hack own the Casper Spuds collegiate baseball team. You can watch them play ball in Casper. What's the Lansing Field?
Mike Lansing Field.
Mike Lansing Field.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we're going to talk about internet presence, where you can go to get online and get ticket sales. And we're going to make sure the Spuds have their greatest season ever. Savanah Bananas. Like, where did
this come from?
Yeah. I mean, it's fun to watch them play. It's just crazy.
And we have a little in-state connection. So Kristi got excited. We used to host players, and so Coach Rack, Robert Anthony Cruz, played back in Casper back in 2018 and 2019, and Dalton Maldine, and Kristi stays in touch with these players and has kind of followed their career. And when we saw they were on the Bananas, that kind of piqued her interest, and then it's went from there.
I mean, we just looked into it and wanted to attend a game, so we figured out how to do that, which it's not easy, but we were able to attend a game, and it just kind of has grown from there. And Mike Lansing Field is a minor league field that was built in 2002 for the old Colorado Rockies minor league team. So we've got a great field, and Casper is a great place to host big entertainment. So why not? Why not bring the Bananas or some Bananas teams? Right? They have 6 teams. Banana ball to Wyoming.
Right. Now, how do you go about it? You had to learn how you could sing a national anthem at the game. Like you have to submit a video, show them you can actually sing the song, which is not easy song, Kristi. Holy cow.
It is a difficult song, that is for sure. I've been performing the national anthem since my high school graduation, and that's been a long time ago.
It started on social media, I think. We just thought, hey, let's start a campaign and see if we can raise our hand, and then now there's an actual process of submitting an application and going through it. And we've went through that and got our application now put in. And
Jesse Cole, the owner of the Bananas, Fans First Entertainment, encompasses all of the teams. He mentioned that he loves the intimacy of some of the smaller parks and the unusual places that people don't normally think of to go watch an amazing baseball game. And he wanted to try and get this done in all 50 states. So here we are as the owners of the Spuds. We play our games at Mike Lansing Field, which is a great field to play in. So we just, like Paul said, kind of threw our hat in the ring, but we wanted to do something different aside from sending through our traditional application and an email. So we decided to make a TikTok video, because if anybody's familiar with the Savanah Banana Fans First brand, it also includes all of these players and characters performing in these videos. And so we thought, why not? We hoped it would catch some attention. And it did. So we've just kind of continued it out through this last 6 or 7 months or so. And we're continuing because we feel pretty strongly about trying to get this done.
Savanah Bananas, you mentioned that they like the idea of playing, some maybe more funky, smaller, intimate ballparks. It seems to fit their business model. Have they ever been to Wyoming?
They have not. They are going to Billings this summer.
All right.
Later in the season, up to Daler Park. They're visiting some other small stadiums as well down in Texas and around the area. And they've expanded as big as football stadiums, National League football stadiums, Major League stadiums as well. And we know that they can sell out in those stadiums. But we know that they don't want to take away from what it means to get fans involved and let fans have a true, enjoyable experience and be part of the entertainment within the game.
And they can do that at all ballparks of all sizes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, those more intimate settings. Their ballpark in Savanah is a small, intimate minor league style ballpark.
Yeah, It holds about 5,000 fans. So we're not far away from that.
Yeah, it seems like a good fit. When I first heard about this, I just barely read the headline and I hadn't read into the story. Kristi and Paul Hack trying to bring the Savanah Bananas to Casper Spuds. I thought, like the Globetrotters, maybe that the Savanah Bananas come in and they play your team, but that's not how it works. How does it work? The Savanah Bananas play other teams in this wacky, baseball league, and how would this game benefit your Casper Spuds? Obviously, a huge notoriety, maybe a great fundraising opportunity, but how does this help the Casper Spuds?
This really isn't about the Casper Spuds benefit for us. This is really more about bringing our community together and all of Wyoming and helping to bring a really fun thing for Wyomingites to be able to partake in. There are 6 teams in the Banana Ball League right now. There's the Bananas, the Party Animals, the Coconuts, the Firefighters, the Clowns.
And the Tailgaters.
They all play banana ball. They all play under the same rules, but they all have different ways of doing that. And we just, like I said, we just want to bring something fun to our community aside from what we do with the Spuds. So it doesn't benefit us in any way other than just being able to do something good for our community.
And we love baseball and we're excited. We love traditional baseball and we've really fallen in love with the game of banana ball and banana ball fans are bringing people back to the ballparks. And so we think that's pretty cool and pretty exciting. So
we love that.
It's definitely about the fans and the community of Wyoming and bringing something to them unique and kind of special. So
talking about getting out to the ballpark, Paul and Kristi on a mission to visit every major league ballpark. Have you been to Yankee Stadium? I hope that's my team.
We have.
Been there a few times.
We've been there a few times. We're actually traveling back there in 2 weeks. We'll be traveling to watch a Bananas versus Party Animals game. So we'll be seeing them there in a couple weeks.
And yeah, last season we went and watched the Yankees on I think Thursday, and Banana Ball was on Friday there at Yankee Stadium. So this will be our second time seeing Banana Ball on Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
But we got 9 major league parks left to see. So
all right, very good. And on a completely unrelated matter, you guys saw Artemis 2 splash down?
Yeah.
Well, we just watched that on TV.
Oh, all right.
Splashdown on TV, but we did go down to a local beach where we're visiting right now and watch the takeoff. So.
I saw some of your photography, by the way, Kristi.
Oh,
you're good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That all started out from her love of baseball too.
It did. Our youngest son played local travel ball in Casper. And his team was the first team from Wyoming to visit Cooperstown and play in the Cooperstown Dreams Park tournament in 2015. And I just kind of picked up a camera and started taking photos of all the players and on our team, and it grew from there.
She sung the national anthem there as well.
I did. I sang the national anthem at the Cooperstown Dreams Park championship game.
Nice. By the way, the 2026 Spuds baseball schedule, they get going in May 22nd, the opener, and they play right through July.
Through the end of August.
Yep.
Or
End
beginning
of August.
I'm sorry, championship, yeah. So we'll have our first games in Casper May 25th. We're going to do a couple exhibition games with the Legion program, and then start our league schedule at home on the 28th. So and then a little side push, we do have a second team, the Aviators, that we're trying to get some games down in Cheyenne. So if folks would like to see our brand of baseball down there, check us out on social media.
Yeah.
Cool. Spudsbaseball.com. Find out more. I hope Savanah Bananas are in Casper. We got to make it happen.
We're going to keep pushing. We've done the official part now. It's just get everybody out. Jump on the social medias, push, and stay as positive as we can.
Bring Banana Ball to Mike Lansing Field 2027.
Let's make a lot of noise. They're going to notice Savanah Banana Baseball in Casper. You bet. Kristi and Paul trying to make it happen. Thank you for being on. Have a great Monday.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Time for news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Decades after Lord of the Winds mountaineer Finus Mitchell roamed the Wind River Range, hikers are still finding his handwritten notes in small plastic tubes. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Star Valley photographer Ammon Jeffs found a Mitchell note while hiking on Sheep's Mountain.
One of the things he did that I don't think a lot of people know is he left these little notes at places where he had a particularly good view, inviting whoever found it to write to him, and he would send them Kodachrome transparencies of the view that he had taken. I did receive an email, too, from someone saying that he also left coins out there in the Wind River Mountains. And so who knows where those are or if anyone has found them.
By the time he passed away, Mitchell had taken close to 120,000 photos in the Wind River Range, using them often in free educational slideshows where he promoted responsible management of the wilderness he so loved. Sublette County is larger than Delaware and Rhode Island combined and has more than 1,500 miles of roads. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the entire county doesn't have a stoplight, and people like it that way.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight, and there have been discussions about having a stoplight, discussions of whether a stoplight is needed. And usually when those talks come up, it is vehemently opposed by at least one faction of the community. The people who, in the words of one commenter, don't want Sublette County to be Californicated. That comment came in a city survey as they were doing an upgrade project.
Pinedale, the county seat with a population of about 2,050, is historically recognized as one of the most isolated towns in the nation. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Know before you go. Plan ahead, give yourself plenty of time, anticipate road conditions, and consider alternate routes. Visit wyoroad.info. This has been a driver safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Jeff Henry, who has worked at Yellowstone for more than 48 years, said temperatures this winter were frequently 30 degrees above normal. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that meant rain instead of snow at Old Faithful on Christmas.
There were several days where temperatures were above 20, even 30 degrees, and any snow that fell melted before it hit the ground. So what does that all mean for the upcoming summer season? Well, we're still in Wyoming's rainiest season. We get most of our precipitation in April, May, and June, and usually March as well. We can anticipate some significant changes in Yellowstone. A lot of the creeks where people fish might be closed because they're too warm, and they might close early in the season. And there'll also be an extreme fire danger.
Author and historian Jeff Henry just finished his 48th season as a winter keeper in Yellowstone National Park. His job is to ensure the buildings at Old Faithful and other locations don't collapse under the weight of several feet of snow. The 9-mile hike into Lonesome Lake in the Wind River Range Mountains takes hikers to the stunning Cirque of Towers. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that some veteran hikers say social media has turned it into a mob scene and it's getting loved to death.
The problem is all these other places in this day and age where all you got to do is snap a picture of your phone and put it up on your account, ranting and raving about it. And then the one guy I talked to, who's a Pinedale native, who's been going up there for 30 years, he said he has to go up there sometimes and pick up garbage and poop that people just leave laying around. And he's really worried that the water in the lake itself has become contaminated with human feces. So it's one of those things. Hey, it's great that more people are enjoying the outdoors, but it also kind of stinks that more people are enjoying the outdoors.
The 9-mile hike into Lonesome Lake at the southern end of the Wind River Range Mountains is a workout, but hikers say it's well worth the effort, ending at the foot of the magnificent Cirque of Towers. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Monday. Dale is with us. Dale Killingbeck. Hi, Dale.
Hi, Jake. How are you?
What have you been up to? I'm good. Thanks.
What have I been up to? I have been just doing normal things here in Casper. Not getting the sun like it looks like you have.
Oh man, Cabo, nothing but sun. It was pretty nice. This is I'm 24 hours beer free. It's weird not having pulled a pop top on a Modelo yet. It's 9 o'clock and I haven't drank a beer. Wow.
Good for you.
But I might be slurping up the dirty soda, whatever that is. I heard about this dirty soda craze. What is it finally made its way to Wyoming officially?
Yeah, I guess it's been here for maybe a year or so, but in Casper, it started this year in March, where a couple opened up the shop on 2nd Street, the main street in Casper, and it caused a little bit of problems with the neighbors because as soon as they opened it, there was lines of cars outside the dirty soda shop, with people lining up to get their dirty sodas. So big hit here in Casper, and from what I understand, it's working well also in other areas of the state. So.
Well, whether it's the Wrangler, the Unicorn Cowgirl, Cowboy Killer, it's a fad. It's growing. And what is it exactly? What is a dirty soda?
Well, you start with a soda, so like a Coke, and then you add cream or you add other flavors to it, whatever flavors you want. Or it could be an energy drink, or it could be, fizzy water that you add stuff to. But like creams, different flavors, little bit of whipped cream. So it's kind of like a mocktail. That's what they tell me, with a soda base. And it came out of, it started out of Utah. And so that two of the people I talked to said that they went to college in Utah, came back with the idea, and then it's done well for them in starting their businesses.
So if a sugary fizzy drink isn't already bad enough for you, this is a version of hold our beer or hold our dirty soda. We're going to just double down on sweetness and.
Yeah, they have non sugar options as well. Like here in Casper, the owner said they have Skinny Girl products, whatever that is, but that they put in the mocktails that don't have the sugar, some kind of sugar substitute. So yeah, it's a thing, and it seems to be everybody I talked to that's doing it. There was 3, and there was another girl from Buffalo that I didn't get to talk to, but apparently this is a high school girl, and she's doing it up there. So, people that want to start a little business, it sounds like dirty sodas are the thing to go with.
If dirty soda's made its way to Buffalo, then it is officially a trend. It is found purchase in Wyoming, I think. Wow.
Yeah. So, hey.
Tell us about Lander's Jim Stewart found a daughter he never knew he had. How'd that happen? It's these DNA test kits. What is this about?
Yeah, Jim Lander is somebody that's been in Lander for many years and was a teacher there. And he said when he was about 50 years old, he's now 85 or 86, I forget. But he said that his son got an email from somebody saying, I think I'm a relative. And so they started emailing back and forth. And yeah, she had gotten one of these genetic tests. And so at 55, he asked her through his son some questions. And it turned out that her mom went to Casper College the same time he had been at Casper College. And so he said, yeah, there was a quote unquote probability that she could be his daughter. And so it ended up where he found out he had a daughter, and she came up a few years ago to meet him. And now they email back and forth. And what's interesting was he was a teacher at the Indian schools in Lander, and she too had a career as a teacher. She's now retired.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Jim Stewart from Lander found a daughter he never knew he had, Janine. Jim goes back to Navy. Right?
Yeah, he was on a sub in the Navy right before the Vietnam War. So it was kind of the Cold War era. But what was interesting to me is he's on one of these these diesel subs, that you have to surface. It was a World War II class sub. And he told me that he went through 17 on his first trip in this sub. He went through 17 typhoons in the Pacific.
Jeez.
And if you know a sub, they don't have a keel, so you're rolling because you got to come up, to get the air for the diesel engines because they run on batteries. But you got to power the batteries with the diesel engines, and so even if it's in a typhoon, you still got to surface to get the air for your diesel engines to power the batteries to go back down and get out of the waves.
Oh, that's enough to bring up your dirty soda time and time again. Typhoon. So there's super typhoon going on right now in the Pacific.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Let's see. What else is going on with the Dale killing bag stories? How about the New York woman facing? Yeah, I did read about this actually while I was in Cabo, just to catch up with the latest in Wyoming news. New York woman accused of being part of an organized gang scamming Wyoming banks.
Yeah, apparently she and her colleagues stopped in, I think again, it was Buffalo, and they actually got some money out of, I think it was $12,500 out of Buffalo. Then they come down to Casper the same day, and apparently the bank recognized, hey, this is the same person that just took us up in Buffalo. There was some communication going on. So they called the Casper police. Casper police show up, and the bank refused to give her any money. She had a false ID, a military ID that apparently was stolen out of, I forget the name of the city in Wyoming, but there was a woman in police department in Wyoming looking, following a case where ID had been stolen. And so police found her walking down an alley. This car takes off. And so they arrest her, and she tells them that she was according to the affidavit, she was a crack cocaine addict, and they've been going through banks in Wyoming trying to get money. And she had come from New York, had been in Wyoming for 3 days. Police put out an all points bulletin on this car, and they ended up getting stopped down in Laramie County by the sheriff's office down there. And so the two guys that were in that car are now facing apparently drug charges related to that arrest.
We're talking to Dale Killingback, Cowboy State Daily journalist. Firm says Seminole Pump Storage Project can begin work in 2029. This could create some 500 jobs. What is this project about?
This is something that's been proposed for about 6 years. And so what it's about is, it's like a battery, and it's technology. And from what they said, it's technology that goes back to like the 30s, 40s, 50s. In the 50s, I guess they made quite a few, I don't know how many, maybe 30, he said, I think in the country, but they're like a battery. And so you have this high place where you drop water down through these generators, and it creates energy, just like in a stream, right? And then in low energy times, you pump the water back up to the reservoir. So what they want to do is create a new reservoir in the mountains, above Seminole Reservoir, and then have this water be pumped down into the reservoir when they need energy. Supposedly, it provides stability to the energy grid. But the deal is that they have to find somebody that wants to buy this energy, and they haven't done that yet. And there's also all kinds of hoops they have to get through to be able for this project to work. So they're saying potential construction maybe in 2029 if everything goes right. They did get DNR approval for the water aspect of this project, but there's a lot of other hoops they have to jump through.
Interesting. You're just like recycling your own water. The movement of water up and down, up is going to be an energy drainer, probably pumping it back up and then letting it hydro down again.
Right. Yeah. And so it's kind of like they termed it like a battery, that you would have. It's kind of a battery, and it is. So it's an interesting concept, and they had to go into the water that is, that the sun hits, and then it evaporates. They got into that. So there's a lot of things that go into it, a lot of different aspects of the project that have to be answered.
Work could start in 2029. A private firm developing a $4 billion Seminole Pump storage project. All right, Dale, what are you working on this week? Give us a sneak preview.
Well, I don't know if I want to give you everything, but I'm trying to go into a couple of features that I think will be interesting from history. And I guess that's all I can say right now.
Yeah. All right. We can't disclose too much. We can't give the spoiler away. Thanks, Dale.
Okay. Have a great day. You too.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Dale Killingback. His stories over the last few days that we just discussed. Later in this hour, we're going to chat with Mac Watson. Mac will catch me up on the latest, whatever I've missed over the last couple of weeks. Lisa Kinney's going to be on as well. Laramie attorney has declared her intent to run for U.S. House from the Democrat side. You may remember her as doing a decade in the state legislature from 1985 to 1995. Senate Minority Floor Leader. And she wants to be the next U.S. House representative from Wyoming. That race, we already know, is getting pretty full on the Republican side. All that coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll get with Mac right after this here. Let's take a quick break, coming right back.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
Where are your lungs? We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
There's Mac Watson.
Hello.
That's him.
That's me.
why did we go to the moon and just circle it and come back? I mean, I'm not sure.
You know, you are welcome back, by the way.
Thank
you look
you.
great.
Hey.
You look great. Oh my God.
Refreshed.
You look tanned and refreshed. Oh my God. I have a real problem with this moon launch.
Huh.
And don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I know, and I learned this in college. Up until the 1960s, our progression of technology, let's say, was steady. Was steady, right? My grandmother, who was born in 1909, saw the horse and buggy, saw the car, saw the first computer, which was the size of, a refrigerator, maybe even bigger, and saw the moonshot. From the time that Kennedy said, we're going to go to the moon in this decade, because he's from New England, from this decade, that is when 80% of all technology ramped up in the country's history. So I get it, right? I don't know what we're doing this time around. I don't get it. They didn't land. I thought that was, I totally misread that. I thought they were going to the moon. I thought that meant, like when you say, hey, honey, I'm going to the store, you don't drive around the parking lot 4 times and then come home with nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
So I thought they were going to go to the moon. I thought they were going to land on the moon. And what I don't understand is, okay, we saw the dark side of the moon. Great. I guess. But I'm not sure technology-wise what we're getting out of this or what is going to happen with this. I don't get the whole colonization thing. I get Manifest Destiny. I get exploring the West. I mean, that's why because of that, we're here, right?
Yeah.
We're in Wyoming, and California and, Oregon and all these other Western states. I don't get this fascination of us living on another planet or moon. I don't understand it. So I am one of these naysayers that, okay, our tax money's going to this stuff. What are we getting out of it? I'm not really sure. And did you see that press conference? Oh God, the press conference. And again, you might have caught me on a bad day, Jake. I don't know. It was fawning. It was just, oh, you guys are great. No, you guys are great. We're bonded now. It was such a Gen Z press conference. It drove me nuts. Alan Shepard would have never said that. Glenn would have never said that. Buzz Aldrin wouldn't have been hugging each other on the stage and taking a selfie. Wow. It was like Jimmy Fallon show. It was just fawning and just, oh, we're so cool. Whatever.
Artemis 2 mission was just one big meh. I mean, we already won the space race. We beat Russia. Russia shot a chimp and a dog into space and left them there, those heartless bastards.
Right.
We landed on the moon, supposedly, and played golf. Now, all Artemis 2 did is bring to life the Pink Floyd album, visit the other side, and I thought at least land and finish up the round that was a round of golf that was started like, no. And even the tech looked the same. Did you see the splashdown?
Yep.
Of Apollo, the moon, and the splashdown today? Same 3 parachutes.
Yep.
Same motion. Like it looked exactly. We haven't done anything in how many years? 1969 to like. And we didn't even land.
We did the space shuttle, and the space shuttle was kind of cool because it could go up and it could land.
Yeah.
It didn't need to splash down in the ocean like some, cosmonaut from 1959, I mean, come on.
Was this just a reminder to a new generation that never saw the Cape Canaveral launch in the 60s? Was this a shot at Elon Musk and Bill Gates and those billionaires that are saying, hey, we can go to space too? And then, NASA says we're still the kings. We don't.
You are not far off. I had all right. I'm gonna get real inside baseball. My best friend from college, his wife is a rocket scientist.
Ooh.
He works at Goddard in Maryland. And we were talking, or I was talking to my buddy the other day, and we were talking about, hey, is your wife working on this Artemis 2 thing? And he goes, no. She's doing more important stuff. What? What was that? He went down the same path you kind of just did, except his wife works at Goddard and she's got inside knowledge. NASA was kind of like the Fonz. Hey, everything was cool. He was the guy. And along comes these two upstarts, Blue Origin and Virgin, whatever it was, Virgin Space or whatever. And NASA is kind of like, hey, wait a minute. This is my operation. This is my gig. You're on my turf now. There are some, and I won't say who, there are some that say NASA's gotten their nose bent out of joint for a couple of years now. And they decided, because remember, the space program was defunded. The space shuttle was scuttled. Remember? We had no reason to go to the moon. Then it became Mars and Elon Musk, which I still don't believe we could ever do, but that's just me. And NASA is quietly sitting there going, hello, we're still here.
Yeah.
So you are not far off in your theory, my friend. I don't think so at all. I'm not saying they're trying to justify their job, but it is glory long lost because you and I now are closer to Social Security than in our 20s. And we remember the space race as kids. There's two generations that don't remember that at all.
Yeah. This is a NASA flex. Oh, we can go to the moon anytime we want. We were the first ones to do it. And we can make a regularly scheduled flight like Delta to the moon when we finally decide to relocate there. It'll be keep NASA in mind. NASA will be your carrier to the moon.
Which to me isn't really... Again, I don't want to dismiss anybody. The people that came out here and the mountaineers, the bridgers, those guys, we look at them now as, wow, they were going off into the frontier. They were going off into I don't know what these Artemis 2 astronauts are going to be known for. We know what the Apollo missions were about. We know what the Mercury mission and the Saturn missions, we knew what they were about. And we all remember Christina McAuliffe. Oh my God. That was horrible. Yeah. That was horrible. But I don't know what these guys, what are you bringing back? Did you grow food? Did you take that woman from the University of Wyoming we've talked to who's trying to grow food? Did you take her? I don't know what they're bringing back, what they did. I really don't. And again, I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm just saying, if you're going to do this, make it worthwhile. Don't give me, and I hate when Apple does this. Apple comes out with a new version of their iPhone. You can't top what Steve Jobs did. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Give me something that's like, holy crap, I need that. What did you bring back this time around that's like, holy crap, I need that. I want that. That's really cool. I don't know.
This was a sequel to a movie we already saw in the first movie. Knocked it up. This was not Godfather 2. This was Artemis 2, and it was like, we already did that. Plus, we landed. I don't know.
I mean, I get the value in seeing the dark side of the moon. Okay, fine. But you could have sent you could have sent some kind of module just to take pictures and video and send it back.
That's a probe. Yeah.
There you go.
Come on. I know. And, I did notice one other thing, and then we'll move on to another subject. But I did notice the photos of Earth from Artemis 2 compared to the photos of Earth from whatever, like 40, 50 years ago. Earth seems to be less blue. I was really worried. Like, you would think that's a better photo today, though, as far as the fidelity, the tech, and yet today's photo, Earth seemed to be less vividly blue. And I wonder if that's a bad sign. Like, ooh.
No, they took it on their iPhone and they posted it on Instagram. That was the problem.
Oh.
They just used an iPhone to take it.
Just
Kidding.
selfie, Artemis. We really were there.
Right. That's the photos. The official photos they used were taken on a Samsung Galaxy phone.
I just compared to the time where we already went to land on the moon, it looked exactly the same. The capsule, like where they sit, except now the toilet was like right there, and the splash, like everything looked exactly the same. We didn't bring anything new to the game after all.
And
this
we didn't
time.
bring anything back.
No.
We didn't bring any moon rocks or any dust or anything.
Been there, done that, and didn't even get the T-shirt. Like rats.
Yeah.
You watched the Masters? Rory with a
No, I cannot stand the Master.
Really?
I can't look. It's kind of like me with baseball. When they went on strike in the 90s, I was like, I'm done. I'm done.
Really?
Once Tiger Woods was out of the Masters, and again, I don't mean to disparage anybody. I'm sorry. Tiger Woods made a whole generation of young people want to play golf. And since he's not relevant anymore, it's kind of like going back to the moon. It's kind of like Artemis too. I mean, God bless those guys for going out there, but I just don't have the interest. When Jordan retired, I told somebody we will never see his like again. I'm glad I got to watch, but Kobe's great too. LeBron is great too. But you, at least in my lifetime, you come through these seasons of, oh my, I can't believe I witnessed that. Like Kurt Cobain and Nirvana. I can't believe I witnessed that. I can't believe I watched Cal Ripken break the Iron Man record when he was with the Orioles. I can't believe I got to watch Tiger Woods wear that red jersey on Sunday, and you just knew he was just going to win. There's not that same kind of excitement for me. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
Tiger ruined the sport for a lot of us, or at least spectating the sport, because he raised the bar so high.
My old sports director actually told me they actually, what they called tigerized golf courses. He was so good, you had to change the course because you knew he would just run through like whatever through a goose.
Yeah.
You had to make it harder for him and only him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like if the NFL changed all the rules to make Tom Brady. Oh, yeah, that's right. They did. Never mind. Never mind. They did. But yeah, that's it. One player can have that impact on a sport. That was Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
And I can't. Don't get me wrong. I used to live in Phoenix. I knew all, the guys in Scottsdale, all the golf guys. They're great people, but once you watch somebody at that level, it's kind of like watching Wayne Gretzky in hockey. Once you watch that level of excellence, everybody kind of sort of after that's kind of, it's like Artemis too,
Yeah. Oh, I hear you.
I mean, I hate to sound like an angry old man, but I mean, it's just as you get, like my daughter will be like, oh, I wish I could go to Coachella. It was called Woodstock. I almost went, even though I was a baby. This is a true story. My aunt and my grandmother were watching me. My mother and my dad went to Hyannis for their anniversary. I was 1 year old. My aunt was watching me. A VW microbus comes up the street in Providence, Rhode Island, and my aunt's friends say, we're going to a music festival. Do you want to go? And she's holding me, debating whether she should take me because my parents won't be back for another couple of days. And thank God my grandmother came home, or else I would have been that little baby in that dirty diaper in that shot at Woodstock on day 3. That could have been me.
Can you imagine? I mean, you couldn't have known. This is a good lesson, you kids. Whenever a microvan, VW microvan pulls up and there's smoke pouring out of the windows and they say, hey, you want to come along to get in and go, man. Don't miss it.
Well, my aunt went. I didn't. She did and was forever changed, as we all were, with Woodstock. But, I get it. My daughter doesn't know anything about Coachella. She thinks it's real cool because Justin Bieber's there or whatever.
Yeah.
We go through these cycles, but you're right, man. If you're going to go to the moon, Give me a reason to be like, holy cow, that's awesome. Because we already got a bunch of guys and a bunch of people at NASA that have, been there, done that, not only got the t-shirt, but made, history. What else can we do? Okay, when you want to colonize the moon, go ahead. But again, what did we go there for this time? I don't know. And the Masters, once Jim Nance retires, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? He is the Masters. He's the play-by-play guy of the Masters. Yeah. That's another thing. There are guys in your life. There are play-by-play guys or people on the radio or TV. Once they retire or go away, it's kind of like, I don't know.
I know. Vin Scully. Who can watch Dodger baseball without Vin Scully calling the game? Or
hockey with Doc Emmerich.
Yeah. All right,
guy,
so
man.
Mac and I have decided that today's news there is just one big yawn. We've seen it. We've seen it better.
There's no real reason to. Oh no. I will say this. The one thing that always fascinates me is unsolved crimes, and we've got a great reporter named Jen Coker, who does the missing persons cases and the crime cases. They have come up with technology now that they are looking at more crime, more unsolved murders from Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
Ted Bundy was convicted in the mid-70s. He's been dead, how many years? And they're still coming up with ways. And they did. The Utah police came up with, they linked a 17-year-old's murder to Ted Bundy back in the early 70s. That to me is fascinating. How we can take stuff from history and extrapolate or scientifically test it or do something to it that you're like, whoa, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Sometimes a case is never truly cold. I mean, it might be chilly, but not done yet.
Right.
Yeah, Jen will be on tomorrow, and we'll talk about that story with her.
Oh, have her go over that, and have her go over the Kurt Cobain Nirvana story.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Okay.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
That's a tease. That's called a tease in the business, and by the business, I mean the industry.
Yeah.
That's called a tease. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
DNA breakthrough identifies new Ted Bundy victim in Utah. Could have implications for missing persons in Wyoming those many, many decades ago. Very interesting stuff.
Remember, Ted Bundy did come to Flaming Gorge. We know that. He was in Utah. He did come to Flaming Gorge, go to the lake, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the best part of your vacation?
Just having cold beer brought to me as I sat there. I don't know.
You are a simple man.
Yeah, it was all good.
Oh man, good. It
was all good. Came home to a whiteout. I almost did not make it to do the show today. I mean, I had a flight delayed. They brought a plane in from somewhere else. That one broke.
Oh,
because the original one broke. And barely got here.
When you say a whiteout, though, you're talking snow?
Yes. So we land way later than we were supposed to. I get an Uber to drive me home, and the whole way home was the worst whiteout I've seen in a long time. Just coming down.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's good for the snowpack, but I mean, if you didn't almost make it, I mean,
I felt bad. This poor guy, because I'm a little bit off. I'm like far out of town. And for him, he was like, all right, it'll be my last run of the night. And he was, at one point, he was going literally less than 20 miles an hour on the highway because you could not see the road.
Wow.
Dude, I feel bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go home after this.
Well, thank God you made it. Oh, my God.
Made it.
Jeff did a great job.
He did good, didn't he?
Tremendous job filling in for you. I mean, that was good, but thank God you're back. That's all I'm saying.
No, I watched him. He's really, really good. I feel better knowing that guy's right there on call.
Right.
And then I feel a little nervous that he's going to be the new me. He's excellent. He's
really good.
Yeah. All right, Mac.
All right, man.
Carry on.
I will talk to you later in the week.
Yes, sir. Have a great Monday.
You too.
Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily Show. We talk to him every Monday right about this time of the final hour. One more guest coming up. Lisa Kinney's going to be here, and you don't want to miss this. She's running for U.S. House of Representatives in her quest to take the seat that's being vacated by Harriet Hageman. She's running from the Democratic side. She's not going to be in that. Well, she'll be in a primary of her own, but she won't be in the crowded Republican race. She'll take the challenger, perhaps, in November. We'll ask Lisa what she has in mind for the U.S. House. And I know one thing is to protect our public lands. That became a huge issue in the past year, and that's near and dear to her heart. So we'll get with her and talk about the race for U.S. House right after this.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
All right, we're getting back to it. We saved the best for last. Lisa Kinney is here. Laramie born and proud of it, I'm sure. Albany County former legislator. You may remember 1985 through 1995, that decade in there. Senate Minority Floor Leader, Democrat, and Laramie attorney. So what got you inspired to make a stab for U.S. House?
I took, after the legislature, I was probably the first woman who had babies in the legislature, I think in the United States.
Really?
And so I took, so I took off a few years to be a mom and all of this time, and also to go to work because you don't get any money in the legislature. So I went to work, I took care of my kids, and I'm writing books and I'm doing all sorts of things until so many things bad, and I've been a Republican for 8 years, and so many bad things happened. I thought, I've got to go back in. The one thing I can do, I know how to run. So I decided to run because I represent the people of Wyoming, and right now I think we're represented by Washington. All our 3 reps represent Washington. They don't represent me. They don't think about me about anything that we're concerned with.
I read this quote from you somewhere on the interwebs. You said, I think differently from the other candidates regarding, they're asking for the president's endorsement, or I think they want to be part of the DC grind, but not you. That's the probably opposite. What do you mean you think differently?
Well, 2 reasons. I'm creative. I hate to say that, but I think differently because let's say my campaign committee. So I set up, people said, take 10 to 15 people, the richest people take their money and then have them be your campaign committee. And here's what I think. I think nobody knows everything. We need help. Every person you've elected is not dumb, but doesn't know enough. So my campaign coordinators are we set up a committee. I have an attorney, I have a pediatrician, I have 2 gun owners with different ideas. I have a member of the BLM advisory board, a public lands person, and I think I need their help. And I also need the help of the 500,000 people in Wyoming who have expertise and knowledge, and I want them to share it with me. I want to be who Wyoming is, not just say whatever Wyoming wants from Washington.
Lisa Kinney is with us. She proved during the 10 years in Cheyenne that she was able to reach across the aisle, do things that were bipartisan. We see party line politics like never before. Lisa, how are you going to be able to bridge that gap and be your own kind of thinker?
That's a tough question. I'm hoping we'll get a whole group of people who want to solve problems. There aren't one issue like education doesn't belong to the Republicans or the Democrats, or guns doesn't belong to the Republican or Democrats. We all face the same thing. So why don't we work together to resolve the issues?
There are things that can and do unite, as you touched on education. And I do want to talk about that, but let's start with what we saw pop up over the past year, and that's public lands. The current congressperson, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, I don't know she was a strong enough voice against our public lands being sold off. I didn't hear enough for me. I wanted to hear more. Lisa, that's a huge issue.
It is a huge issue. What public lands mean to us is our recreation. We fish, we hunt, we hike, we camp. We're out there all the time. We love public lands. And what Harriet Hageman has done, and I don't know why, she's put in 5 bills to take public lands away from us. The first one was with Lee, and they tried to get it into the big, beautiful bill, which took away all of our land except Yellowstone. And then after that, it didn't pass because people got so mad. Then they denied they put that in, but you can find it. And so what happens right now, we have problems with access and sales. And one on access is, I don't know if you saw that case that's going in. I'll show you big piece of private property around a small piece of public land. So people were dropped off in the middle by helicopter of the land, and they shot their animal. They were trying to get it out. And by that time, the public owner came and took theirs away. So my idea is we have to have eminent domain. We have to make sure that if we have public land and or private land and surrounding public land, we have to pay for that eminent domain to make sure that people can go ahead and get into their public lands and play there and hunt there.
The run for U.S. House, Lisa Kinney has announced she will attack it from the Democrat side. You have a platform. It is easy to remember. Real priorities, REAL. Let's start with R, and that's getting constitutional congressional power back, providing a system of checks and balances. Our government was designed pretty well when it runs right. Are you talking about a rogue POTUS? Are you talking about public land grab? What does it mean, the R part of your platform?
Well, what we have to do, we want our real America back. I'll tell you, so people say law, or just the rule of law. What if everyone decided not to stop at a red light? So all of a sudden, everyone goes through all the red lights and goes into green. We follow our law. We follow the Constitution. We have a Wyoming Constitution. We need to follow those and not ignore them because we don't like them. And I think that's the problem. We have to guarantee that we honor the Constitution, that we follow courts when they rule against us, that we go for courts decisions and not say, well, that doesn't really matter to us because we don't follow them.
The next generation of Americans is sitting in a classroom right now at a desk learning. Education so vital. I think we all agree education is super important. It's just different ways to get to it. What do you think about education?
Well, I was on the education committee for a lot of years. When I went to school, I became a teacher. I didn't become a teacher. I studied to become a teacher and became a librarian, which is the same kind of idea. What we have to do is make sure that our kids, our schools are funded. And you know what they're doing right now? And I have props. I'll show you. This is the big, beautiful bill, which no one has read, I don't think, including the people in Congress. And what they're doing right now is they're cutting education. They're cutting education over and over again. So right now, for the war, you want to know what they're doing? I have 3 pages of that, too, the cuts that they're taking to cut the war. And part of it is getting rid of education, not paying for the foundation, taking our money away, cutting down universities, stopping all of the land or all of the loans. You can't get into universities. All of education is being attacked. And so we have to stop that. We have to make sure that our kids, under our Constitution, which guarantees that kids can go for the whole, their whole college career, or elementary career. We guarantee that under our Wyoming Constitution. So we just have to put more emphasis on that and stop cutting it.
Lisa Kinney is with us this morning of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Lisa, affordability right now is going to be a huge buzzword as we get into August and November and election time. Right now, affordability, whether it's the price at the pump, whether it's the Affordable Care Act subsidies going away, and we see how much health care costs, we can't afford anything right now. Prices are going crazy.
Here's how I see us as a group. I see us as little mice in an exercise wheel. We're going around as fast as we can, and we're not getting anywhere because we don't have enough money for daycare, for healthcare, for housing, and they cut SNAP for crying out loud. And they cut children's lunches. That's how I ate as a child. We were very poor. Children's lunches is how I survived. And also healthcare is huge. And that's one thing that again, in the big, beautiful bill, I'll get it out. All of our representatives voted to drop the ACA subsidies. So 17,000 to 27,000 people in Wyoming don't get that money anymore. So now they're paying incredibly expensive prices or have dropped their health care. And it was recently said that Wyoming on health care, and we're the health care, that's switching to health care, but healthcare desert situation in the country. So we're in sad shape. Nobody can pay for anything, and we're all working as hard as we can. You can't buy a house unless you're 40 years old and want to pay $435,000 for it.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to like one provider in the state of Wyoming, and the premiums are crazy. Something has to be done there. Somebody, I don't know if any one person can fix healthcare, but it is a huge issue.
Yeah, we do. We can. we can fix it to some degree.
Yeah.
The reason Wyoming has one is because we have 500,000 people. You cannot create an insurance company that will only cover 5,000 people or 500,000 people, because if someone's sick in there, it'll use it all up. What we need to do is join a group. We have to join several states and get it so that we're having 10 states together, so we're part of a bigger group, and then we'll have more coverage.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're in terrible shape.
We need a bigger pool, yes. Also part of Real Priorities from Lisa Kinney, REALL for law. She wants to see due process available to all people in the U.S. Are we talking about the things we saw in Minneapolis with ICE? What does that mean? Law, L.
Well, a little bit about what I was saying about the Supreme Court's about following the law and not ignoring it. And yes, Minneapolis was terrible. It was really awful. Why should we, and I'm not here to defund police, but why should we see police officers out there who are armed and have no identification, and they pick you up out of nowhere and put you in the back of the car and then shoot you sometimes in two areas? Why should that be? Why should we allow that? That's not the United States. That's not our freedoms. That's not what we've stood up for. We have to change that. Yes.
For you, this is a return to the world of politics. You explained why you took a brief hiatus. Why U.S. House? What inspired you there? We have an intense race on the Republican side. That primary is going to be a dogfight. But as a Democrat running for the seat, that has you uniquely positioned, I would think. Why U.S. House? What inspired you, and when did that light bulb go on?
I wanted to run against Harriet Hageman because she has so many things that I think are not good for the state of Wyoming. When she stepped out, then I thought, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, and thank you for asking that, because I think all people in Wyoming are Democrats and Republicans. You have the Freedom Caucus and you have left-hand people, but all the rest of us believe the same thing. I'm conservative, you're conservative, we're all conservative. And so I was going for the House because I thought I could go after Harriet. Also, I have a lot of ideas for really good bills. I mean, she's putting in 5 bills to take our lands away. I have a lot of ideas about how we can put more money in our pockets, and that's going back to affordability. One is to get rid of not only of our taxes for everyone who works under or earns under $100,000, but FICA. FICA right now is taking, for Social Security and for Medicare, they're taking so much money. And if you earn more than $184,500, they stop it. So you can earn $5 million and you only pay for $140,000. So we need to drop FICA, and that'll put money directly into people's pockets and then charge other people more on FICA. So there you go.
Lisa Kinney, Wyoming-born attorney, former state senator, librarian, published author. Find out more about her run for Congress on the interwebs, lisakinney4congress.com, to learn more about the Real platform anyway. Lisa, thanks for dropping in with us. Best of luck.
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I'm hoping that people will listen to what I say and find that they cannot do anything but vote for me. I know people push, ours push D's. When you push D, you're pushing a Democrat, or not Democrat, democracy. We want to get back to normal. So everyone should vote for me. They all should. And if you have any questions, give me a call.
Let's catch up with you again as the campaign season rolls on. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's going to wrap us up for a Monday. We're out of time, and what a fun show we had. A lot of guests. We got more tomorrow, same time. Great to be back at it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Have a great Monday, y'all. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming